All right, so I'm in the room and the client just showed me, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a before photo. I want to have before and after photos of all the rooms that I do. The next thing I'm going to do is just going to scan and get a general sense of the prep work that's going to be done. If there's is there a lot of nail holes or a lot of nail pops and drywall anchors that I have to take account for in the walls, for example. And I just want to get that sense so that I know kind of what to expect going forward before I have to get to that step. So I'm going to start, when I inspect, I'm going to start on the entrance door. And since I'm left-handed, I start on the right side and work counterclockwise. So I maintain a consistent system with all the steps throughout my process, from prep to paint. And because you want to have organization. And also too, you have to work with dry time, right? So each coat of paint, you want to know, like, okay, I know that I start here every time. With the trim, we're going to do the windows first, but aside from that, everything is starting here and working this way. We also want to document any previous paint job that has not been up to par. And also to protect ourselves, right? Because if there's wavy cut lines, let's say we're repainting walls the same color, and there is on the baseboard, there's paint that's gotten on those baseboards. We want to make sure that we document that, and also the ceiling too, because we're not going to paint those surfaces, but we also want to show the client this was not us, this was a previous paint job, that kind of thing. So we're going to start here, and we're going to inspect the trim first because we're going to paint the trim first. So we're going to prep and paint the trim first, and then we're going to do ceilings, and we're going to do walls after that. And then the final thing we're going to paint is actually the baseboard, is one more coat. We're going to do one coat on the baseboard and do the final coat after we do the walls. So you'll get a sense of what the process is and why. So the other thing, we got to make sure that the client takes all the fragile stuff out. So I don't see any photos, any glass or anything like that. I tell the client, take care of that, and I'll take care of any furniture if you want me to. That'll be an extra charge. Oftentimes, they'll just move the furniture to the center. We tell them that we need 4 feet of space around all the furniture so we can work efficiently. Sometimes that can't be accommodated for us. In this circumstance where we have a bed, and this is a small room, right? So there's about 3 feet of space. That's going to affect how I'm going to work. I can't use an extension pole. I have to use, the roller frame without that. Anyway, but before we move the furniture in the center of the room, I actually already took this off. So before we move the furniture, we got to make sure that the center fixture and the ceiling gets taken off. Now, there's a lot of different ways that they get put together, right? So we got to make sure that every time we take a piece of it off, like take the first bolt off, we take photos progressively so we know how to put it back together. On top of that, when we take these components off, and there's like several pieces like screws, bolts, and things like that, we tape it to the fixture to make sure that it's with it, right? And then we put it somewhere where it's not going to get damaged as we're going through the painting process. So we may put it in the closet if we're not painting the closet. Sometimes I put it in bathrooms if they're not being used. Right now it's in the hallway. So we're going to get an introductory kind of glance at the trim first because we're going to be painting the trim first. So we're going to start here. You see that? Oftentimes there's caulking to do here and also between the baseboard and the trim inside right here. It's hard to see, but we hit that. And here often in the corners, sometimes, this right here is a very small gap, but I still will caulk this, just a tiny amount of caulk, and then wipe it with a wet rag so there's no hard edges, right? Just to make that smooth. You gotta really make sure that you wipe it down so you don't leave like ridges that telegraph through the paint. Some stuff to scrape down right here. Just taking note of it really quick, right? Also too, make sure to know that when we're going through, all the trim paint should be scuffed up before we put our own paint on, because anything with a higher gloss, it's like semi-gloss or full gloss. Usually it's like satin or semi. If it's semi-gloss, I would scuff it up before you paint. So yeah, and also too, we want to check all the areas where we may need a caulk. So here, I'm not sure if you can see, but we don't need a caulk here. It's fine. There's no cracks or anything like that. You can see a little bit of cracking here, right? Sometimes you can get away with just painting it, right? In this case, we're just going to throw a little bit of caulk on. If it's bad, we'll scrape it off. We'll scrape it if it's like coming really apart. There's no structural integrity to it. We will take a 5-1 tool and go one direction and go the other direction, make sure it all comes off, put a fresh bead on. inside the door casings, these also get caulk, especially when it's new. This doesn't need it. It's all sealed, looks fine. Sometimes here, of course on the outsides, as I mentioned before. This corner right here, I'll caulk this a little bit right here. Here. Now when I'm painting, I end on this face right here. I do not paint this side. Now, if I'm painting on this side right here, so if it ends like this and it ends with a sharp edge like that, in other words, depending on how the door closes, right, I paint this. This is on the hallway side. I do not paint that. But this, all the way to this side, I paint this face right here, but I don't paint the lip. You just got to make sure that the paint does not bleed through on that. So we'll go over that. And you also want to check for any dings. So any like severe stuff, or let's say nails aren't properly set, or you see some nail holes. Let's take care of that on the baseboards, especially on the door trim and the casings, the window casings too. The baseboards, there's a lot of stuff that you don't see, so you don't need to go crazy with the baseboards usually, but definitely window casings, things like that, and especially areas like this where people, you know, get a close eye and they catch it. Like for example, right here. I'm not sure if you can see. Ugh. This I'm going to take care of. I'm going to spackle this. If it's really severe, you can use wood filler or Bondo, things like that. We'll go over that. There's different products for different, you know, situations, but usually like spackle for minor stuff. Now, just keep in mind when you look at door door casings, the bottom third, the top third, and the top usually get a lot of wear and tear, beating from people moving furniture in and out. So just keep note of that. All right. So the next thing I'm going to look at, I'm going to look at the ceiling, because I paint trim and then I paint ceilings, then walls, and then doors and closets. That's how I usually do it. So you can tell, this is not really going to matter, but you can see how this is probably a DIY paint job where they applied one coat and they applied it in kind of an undisciplined fashion where they just kind of did like that. You see in like commercials and stuff like that. We always paint systematically, right? We always overlap. We paint either square sections or lines all the way down. And we always overlap. Anyway, that's not really going to matter right now. What we're looking for is patching stuff, and let's say any ridges from heavy, you know, where they're pressing with a lot of pressure and they leave like this rope of paint on the edge of the roller, and it telegraphs through. We're going to scrape that down. I don't really see much of that. And also, I don't see anything called nail pops. Those are like where the screws or nails, punch through the gypsum drywall plaster, and it creates like a little hump, right? I'll actually show you on the wall here. That's a nail pop, right? I'm looking for that in the ceilings. I don't really see much of it, so that makes my life easy. But I will be painting all the way to where the metal is, right? I'm going to paint all the way to close it up, because sometimes they will install fixtures that are smaller in radius, diameter, and you got to make sure that it's all painted, so they're not going to see any yellow, right? Keep in mind, it might take 3 coats. It will probably almost certainly take 3 coats of the ceiling paint to cover that, because the ceiling paint that I use doesn't cover very well, even though it's a chalky high build product. It'll probably still take 3 coats. Anything with a drastic color change from white to blue or to a deep fire truck red will almost certainly take 3 coats. Or you can tint the primer, but whatever. We'll talk about that later. Now keep in mind, this applies for ceilings and walls. Ceilings and walls are installed with drywall. And with drywall, you have to tape the seams. It comes in like 4x8 or 4x10 sheets, and they're installed usually from here to here, like that, and they run down like 8 to 10 feet this way, and they're staggered. Same thing with the ceilings. Now, the seams need to be taped, right? And oftentimes with the expansion and contraction of the walls, those seams will bust, right? They falter. And the tape lines sometimes will show, sometimes there's like a V on those sections, and you can tell that it is drywall seams that are showing through because they're straight lines, right? If it's plaster, oftentimes it's just like crazy cracks that go any direction. There's like a lot of undulations with plaster. That's a different thing. We're talking about drywall right now because most houses being built right now are with drywall. So when you see that, you know that that's a major repair. If it's not in the contract, if it's not laid out that you're going to do those repairs, you don't do them, right? That is the responsibility of the client to know, to say, okay, I want this repaired, right? If they don't say that they want it repaired, you're not going to do it. And you need to let them know specifically that that's the case. To repair those seams, it's going to be a multi-step process. First, oftentimes you have to remove the tape and then retape it. You have to use a material called joint compound, also known as drywall mud, and tape it with that mud. And you have to use multiple coats of mud to smooth out that area so it looks seamless, right? When you do that, it takes time, obviously, but also you can't paint it the same day if you're doing a lot of that, because it takes a day at least for that to dry, so that when you paint over it, when you prime and paint over it, it's not going to make the paint bubble from the moisture, right? So you usually have to wait a day. So oftentimes what you'll do for major repairs is come in, do all that mudding, right? And then paint, let's say the trim, for example, because that's the only thing you can do, and then come back the next day and paint whatever surfaces that are left to paint because you couldn't do it yesterday because of the drywall mud drying. And by the way, when you're creating a finished product, you want to make sure that all the natural light is coming into the room as much as possible, right? So open these blinds, any lights, I will take an LED and scan the room. I should have taken this off after I examined the surfaces, but I'm just kind of going through. I'm going to go through with an LED light and look at the walls anyway, so I should be fine. So when I'm looking at the walls, for example, I'm also looking at the bad cut lines too. Right? So if I'm not painting trim, if I'm not painting ceilings, I'm just doing walls, I make sure that all of this is documented. Oftentimes, you may even say, I don't want to do this job because they don't have the touch-up paint for the trim and ceilings, and the trim and ceilings have a bunch of wall paint on them, right? But you just got to let them know, like, I'm going to paint, I'm going to do what I can do, and if I don't have the touch-up paint, I can't guarantee a good job, or you may just say, I don't want to do the job, because it might not look good and you'll have a problem with the client. So, also too, just note that this looks like there's like a green paint underneath, and it looks like this was just cut in with one coat. You can see, yeah, that's probably what it is. Anyway, you also see, this is an example of a not good cut line. This is not professional. So, if anything, you want the wall paint to be just a hair on the ceiling, right? But it still looks totally, like that. You don't want to have undulations of ceiling paint on the walls. Nothing looks worse than that. So, with walls, there's stuff to scrape, stuff like that. These anchors are going to get taken off. I talked with the client. Got to make sure that their intention is to have these taken off or just left on. If they're left on, don't spackle them, of course. And of course, we're going to take all of the switch plates off. And before you start your work, what you want to do is take a notebook and write out your plan. You're going to write out the steps we're going to be doing for the day, and then you're going to say, okay, ideally I want to get this done in this amount of time, but I'm going to plan for that amount of time plus some, right? So you want to at least hit your plan so that you don't fall behind, but you want to have an ideal kind of time. You want to make sure that you get it done efficiently. You want to move briskly, right? So make sure you have a notebook, right? Have a pen. Write things down, especially in the beginning. Over time, you will not need to do this so much, but for now, write things down. So again, I'm starting at the same wall, right? This is the entrance door, going this way, everything I do. So it's second nature. I'm going to take these off. Now, be very careful. I'm using a flathead, right? Be very careful about not stripping the paint off these screws because it looks really bad if you do that. And it's very easy to do so, and it only takes a little bit of paint for it to look really bad. Oops. So I'm going to take these off. Oops. Very easy to lose these. So we're going to keep them in some sort of container, like a cup or something. Sometimes they'll go like that. You can use a drill too, but it's easier to kind of strip the paint. And it's kind of a little bit cumbersome to use that. This is a Milwaukee Fastback. It's a utility knife, right? And also a double-headed. So this is a Phillips. I'm using a flathead. Very useful. Makes my life simple. And combine this with a 5-in-1 tool. You can just keep it in your pocket. I clip this like this. Excellent for interior work. For exterior work, you will have more tools, heavier load kind of thing. And this is actually kind of stripping right now. So just go quick, you know. Quick like that. Boom. Now, if this is really stuck, sometimes I'll paint, you know, like that, and you use the 5-in-1 tool to kind of get it underneath, and you have to kind of go like that. This will be fine. Put this in a cup. Keep the screws compartmentalized. Any screws that are different, you want to make sure that they're separated, taped, even label them so you know where they go. Afterwards, I'm going to take some tape and tape so it kind of drapes over so there's no spatter that gets on the top of these. And that will happen. So sometimes what I do is there is a line right here that's connected, and sometimes I won't even bother trying to unscrew this and try to get this plate off. I'll just unscrew this to where it's well off the wall and then put blue tape to protect this top so it's not going to get paint spattered on it. Look at this. Just to give you an idea, right? This is not professional, right? Somebody DIY'd this. Just make sure you document this. Take some photos, right? Now, while I took the cover plates off and masked off the top of it so there's a lip to prevent spatter from getting on those areas, I'm going to also cover the doorknobs as well. So when I do this, I'm also going to be painting the doors. If I wasn't painting the doors, I would just put it like this, just create a lip and make sure that the lip, maybe put a couple rows of tape and just make sure it extends all the way past it. I would even cover this to the extent that I could. Or you can just make sure that the door is closed at all times when you're painting the walls and ceilings. So I'm trying to make this very, very flush. And if I'm going to air just a very tiny hair away from it, because you don't, it could risk pulling it up, but you also definitely don't want to risk having too much here, because you can see that's what happened here. There's a little bit, you can see some yellowing. So what probably happened was they masked it and it just kind of got on there. And there's really no good way to touch up a glossier paint on a door without it kind of telegraphing through. You can kind of do it in some circumstances, but you definitely don't want to rely on it. So I masked this off, just if anything, have a margin of error, just a hair, just a very tiny hair away. Also, you don't want to pull it up, and it could also risk pulling out the paint, right? So you want to make sure that there's plenty, there's the appropriate amount of flushness / distance. Now, I have this masked. I'm going to squeeze this because I still want to be able to turn the door handle, right? So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to put tape on top of here. You don't need to go all the way over here. You just need to do the top, really, right? So I would just worry about that. Something like that, right? Something like that. And you're good. All right, now, I'm going to show you another way to mask this off that I've seen. So this is called a hand masker. This tapes and also creates some masking at the same time. Now, again, if you're not painting the doors, you don't need to do this step. You just need to mask off the top. In fact, oops. Be very careful. This blade is very sharp, by the way. Don't touch it. All right, well, this shouldn't be that fussy to work with, but okay. So this is, you want to make sure that the tape is well touching this, right? You want to make sure that this is tucked in and this is like that. So take it, get a healthy amount, like that, kind of like that. This is probably way more than enough. Now again, I could just go like that, right? I just go like that, call it a day. But I am painting the doors. Ooh. See, it came off. Weak paint, you know, not good paint. So this is why you use good paint. this will be probably fine. They probably, yeah, it'll probably blend through. Anyway. You got that? Kind of crumple it up. I will not be able to turn this though, that's the thing. All right. So, next thing, while I'm at it, I'm gonna take the blinds off. Now, you can do this before or after you mask the floors, as long as it gets done. You need to take the cover plates off, protect any vertical, like the switch plates, the switches, the doorknobs, right? Get the blinds off, right? If you're doing walls only, definitely want to protect the sills. But anyway, so I'm doing this. Seeing how it's attached. You may have difficulty with this too. Maybe you want to take photos of how it's assembled, right? So you know how to take it off. So, okay. So like this. Yep. Comes up like that. Come the other way. Just like that. This is pretty easy. But sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes it's a real pain in the butt. And I can just mask this off, but these come off. Yeah, these seem to come off. I am kind of wary of taking these off. I don't really know how to do it. It seems like there's a lot of resistance, so I'm just going to leave them on and just cut them in because there is a gap, right? If it's like really tight, like a switch plate, I would try everything I could to take that off because I don't want it like sticking or anything like that. If there's major repairs, I definitely want to take this off so I can make sure that I can get around these corners. These corners, right, all throughout the door casings, the window casings, oftentimes on the corners there's going to be significant repairs, right? So just take that into account. Here I am taking off the vent. Again, tape these screws. I would tape them to the back of the vent or something. Or tape them to each other at least. Keep it organized. It's so important. One of the biggest things about doing a job efficiently is just to make sure you're organized. You're not looking for tools. You're not figuring out like where does this go to. It's the worst thing. Once you figure that out, things become so seamless. I love being able to start a job. My thing just fell. I love being able to just start a job because it feels fresh. I feel familiarity. I've been doing this for a while, I know what the workflow feels like. Not much phases me with interior painting anymore. Be careful, right? This is sticking. And I would just kind of take it off like that. Well, so it is pulling up. So I'm probably going to pull some of this back. The paper is exposed, right? Now, if there's a significant amount of paper, we'll see what it's like when I spackle it. If there's like bubbling, sometimes it'll actually bubble the paper up and it'll produce not a nice finish. Especially with areas where significant, like this amount of paper has been peeled off, you'll want to prime it to seal it so that you can spackle over it or mud it, whatever, to make sure that it's smooth. Otherwise, it might bubble the paper up, after painting especially. So now we're going to mask the floors. We're going to lay drop cloths down. We're going to use, not this stuff is too weak, but high strength duct tape to mask around the perimeter of the room. And I forgot to mention, this is extremely, extremely important. This is essential to know. We're working in a room that has carpet. right? Which means that I can use duct tape on the floor. If I'm working on a hardwood floor, I cannot use anything except for delicate surface tape. However, if it has been varnished in the last 30 days, I can't use any sort of tape on. And if I try to mask anything, it would have to be to the baseboard. Now, let's say I'm doing a room with hardwood flooring. What I would do instead is I would use the blue delicate surface tape, right? That's what I've been putting on the doorknobs and stuff like that. I would use the tape and then use that hand masker with the 9-inch paper, and I would mask it as much as possible to the baseboard. If I can get a tad underneath the baseboard, I will. If not, just settle with flush. And then have the paper drape 9 inches over, and then just have that drape over a drop cloth. And then I can paint the trim, and I don't have to worry about peeling up hardwood floor varnish if it is more than 30 days old. Again, if it's less than 30 days old, no tape at all. And also too, if the tape is not tucked underneath the baseboard in that circumstance, you have to be more careful about painting. So you want to make sure you don't want to like crash into it so much because it could get underneath. This drop cloth, the first one I lay down, it extends out into the hallway because I want to have a landing where I can check my shoes. Stuff like this. Check them. Always do that when you're leaving. Paint, wherever paint can go, it will go. And paint is super easy to track around. It is very frustrating if you don't have the proper etiquette, and I will teach you paint etiquette. And the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to tape the outside of the door. I'm going to tape the perimeter of it because I don't want the client tripping over it, because if it's in the hallway, they're going to be walking back and forth. I can't have them tripping over the drop cloth. The prop work is the most significant part of the job. It's at least slightly over 50% of the work, and especially when you get really efficient with painting, it becomes like 60+% of the work. Now if you're spraying and you're doing a lot of masking, it's like 95% of the work. But you have to be very efficient, and you need to keep track of how long it takes you to do things. You need to track that. Obviously, when you go slow, just get comfortable with it. But when you're performing the movements over time, it becomes repetitive, right? So what you want to do is you want to become a machine. In the sense that you need to kind of integrate these movements, right? We want to have simple movements, and you need to think big picture about the task that you're doing. You're trying to make the walls look nice. You're trying to make the room look nice. You're trying to not make a mess. So you need to keep track of what you're painting, but also what you're not painting, right? You need to develop room sense. I'm not going as fast as I could right now because I'm also teaching, talking, and just there's a couple things going on in my head, right? I need to make sure that this is properly taught and shown. So get this edge too. So I'm going to do the best I can to get this away from the trim, because I'm going to be painting here. I don't want this to touch it. You don't want like this stuff like this. You want to try to tuck that in, make it smooth possible, because you don't want to be, clamming your feet into it. And use good duct tape. Use strong duct tape. Stuff that'll, hold. Otherwise, stuff will pull up, and don't worry about it pulling up the carpet. It's not like that. So I am I'm just taping this down. I don't want lips. I don't really need to worry about taping this. I think it's kind of excessive because it's underneath, right? And it's not, I'm not gonna collide into it with my feet. So, that'll be fine. Now keep in mind too, this door, sometimes it's very narrow, right? The carpet's really, let's say the door is really low and it's just like scraping the carpet even as it's going. This is not really a problem, but it can be. So I'm gonna be overlapping my drop cloths naturally, but I am not gonna, if it's really low, I'm not gonna overlap it like that because it's gonna start to pull it up and it's actually gonna start to pull the duct tape away and expose from the carpet. So you just gotta be careful of that kind of thing. Let's see it like that. You wanna just go efficiently. You don't wanna try to be hung up and just get a good flow going, right? That's what it's about. Making sure that, actually, a little bit of a relief right here. I'll just tag that. Just to make sure that I have plenty of relief when I'm doing the other taping underneath the baseboards. And then just be patient with yourself. Resist the urge to try to finagle and fuss, right? Just be in the good position with your entire body, and then you can kind of work systematically. You can get really fast with painting. And painting, the money comes from the speed and making sure that you don't come back to have to fix mistakes. I spend probably more time than the average painter to prep the room, just because I know the nature of paint and how easy it is to make a mess, and I understand the need to cover every inch of the floor. Because when you're talking about rolling ceilings, even rolling walls, 4 feet away from the walls is a risk if you're rolling walls. But every inch of the floor is susceptible to paint getting on it. And it's crazy when I see painters use these inferior drop. This is a good drop cloth. I'm not sure you can see, but it has this. You see that? It has this real kind of spongy, kind of grippy underside to it. It's called the Primaco Stay Put drop cloth. Like 25, 30 bucks each or something. I don't know. But it's crazy to see so-called painters, well, to each his own, but to see painters use these inferior drop cloths that don't adhere to the floor. I wouldn't say adhere, just kind of like rest firmly on the floor, and they stay put. Those drop cloths don't stay put. If they're just pure canvas, forget about it. I don't even mess with that unless I'm like draping it over furniture or something like that, but I just mask it with plastic. It's more predictable because, anyway. Because when they're painting ceilings, they're not even overlapping sometimes the drop cloths, and you know that there's going to be spatter getting on it. Ceiling paint spatters more easily than other paint, because it's really usually like a chalky paint that doesn't have like a certain integrity to it usually. I mean, some ceiling paints do, but not a lot of them. Very few of them. Oops. But even wall paint, the best wall paint, I never trust that it will not spatter. Right? Just make it a habit that you know that it's going to spatter no matter what roller cover you use, no matter what paint you use, it will spatter. That will serve you in the long run. You got to be careful. It's the most annoying thing, and it costs you money when you have to clean up. I mean, I know companies that spend so much time like redoing their mistakes. I mean, these are guys that work in like new construction, like not like the work. I mean, there's a lot of money in what they do, right? They're maybe working on $500,000, $600,000 condos or something like that, and they're making these mistakes where they have to come back and clean paint spatters off the hardwood floor. It's not a good look. You can't You can't let yourself do that consistently, and just try to minimize that ever happening. You just want to be unbothered with your livelihood. You don't want to have bad habits. You always want to implement best practices. I'm not going the fastest right now, right? I'm talking to you. And this tape is kind of hard to unfurl. But anyway, yeah. Looky here, you got a vent. So we cannot cover this with a drop cloth. We're gonna cover this with paper, with that hand masker that I showed you. And just put it like that. We'll probably just put some paper like this. If it's in a corner, it's a little bit easier to work with. You just kind of meet the drop cloths in the corner. Whatever. Another thing to note, you do not want to get duct tape on this bottom side. It'll just rip it up. So just keep it on the top. I'm using a fold-up drop cloth to give a tiny little area, but it should be fine. It'll kind of have like a little hump, but all right. I'm using a lot of tape. It'll take maybe like, I'm actually doubling it up here just to make sure that it adheres, because it is folded up quite a bit. This is more prep than you would imagine. You know, even just looking at it now. But this is what we're doing the entire room, right? So I want, and this is either I do this in a very long day, or across 2 days, right? So I need to make sure that everything's covered. I'm going to be going back and forth between these floors often. It's going to take about 2 rolls. I mean, this is the second roll of duct tape, so it's like a roll and a half or something like that. You should estimate. So always make sure you have the materials you need. Okay, so there's this, I'm not sure if you can tell, this like 6 to 8 inch section all the way just a little past the vent. Now, I'm just going to lay some duct tape across that to cover it. It's not ideal. It's going to cost, you know, like $2 in tape or something like that. But if I were to use the paper, like I did with that doorknob, you know, like the paper with the hand masker, it's just too fragile. It's just going to rip up when I'm rolling the scaffolding across it. So I just need to be sure. So I just want to have, just rest assured that the entire floor is accounted for, right? Make sure you overlap. A common theme in painting is to overlap your work, right? So I'm overlapping the tape maybe 20 to 30%, something like that. Same thing when I'm masking with the delicate surface tape. If I'm like masking the spray, absolutely mask 30% overlap. Otherwise, the spray can actually get underneath the tape. But spraying is down the road for anybody who's new. You don't need to learn how to spray for a while, honestly. If you're doing high-end work, you'll encounter it often, but you don't need it. If you're doing walls, usually, if you're doing new construction, you should learn to spray because, you know, it's a matter of speed and, yeah, really just speed. Spraying produces a fine finish. I'm just kind of talking about something that's unrelated to what I'm doing exactly right now, but, you know, you'll need to learn it anyway. Yeah. In terms of, you'll need to learn about spraying. You don't necessarily ever need to learn to spray to have your own painting company, honestly. You just have to turn down certain kinds of work like cabinets. I would never do it unless I'm spraying at all. Or maybe if like they're getting rid of the cabinets in a year anyway and they just want to change the color kind of thing, then it might make sense to, you know, brush and roll them. Use a fine roller. Okay. Also railings too. If you're in a high-end house and they want their railings to be fine finish, you can't brush and roll that really. I mean, you could, but it's going to be as good. Anyway, so the next step, I'm going to go around the perimeter. I'm going to mask this with the paper, right? Make sure that there is a gap, right? I'm not going to seal the paper. Make sure that there's a flap so that the vent can actually get air circulating. We want the circulation anyway so that stuff can dry. And then I'm going to mask the very edges with tape. And I'm going to tuck the tape underneath. So you saw in the overall video that I was using a tan masking tape. The reason that I use this instead of this is delicate surface, which means it has less of an adhesive factor. I am very, very concerned about making sure that everything on the floor stays there, right? This could peel up if I'm moving the drop cloths back and forth, right? So I'm going to use this. The reason that I would consider using this kind of thing is because this is frog tape, and frog tape has a coating on the top of it which swells up when paint hits it, which prevents bleed through. It's not going to be 100% bleed through proof, but it's just kind of like an extra measure of being able to paint with having less problems. But I'll show you how to make razor sharp lines with frog tape later on. But how about this? We're going to test both of these out. I'm going to use this on half the room. I'm going to use this on the other half of the room. And the test is going to be, are they both going to stay put, right? That is the thing. You probably most definitely want to use this when you're going directly on canvas. I don't think that blue frog tape would do. Each piece like this, and then kind of go at it. So I have it like this. Let me show you up close. I got it like this, right? Yeah. You want it like, oh, what would you say? Like almost a centimeter tucked underneath, right? You really do want it to be underneath. What do you know? Document this. This is paint that got on the carpet. This is so that you know that you didn't do this. And you just document it and just let them know. I technically made a procedural error here because I didn't start where I said I should start in the beginning of it, which is this is the side where the entrance door is, and I'm on this side where I usually start. I started on the opposite side where I was doing the duct tape, and I just decided to tuck this tape underneath it, underneath the baseboard. So consider me starting here. If you're not painting closets, make sure you mask into it, maybe 4 to 6 inches or something like that, because paint will get here. Yeah. Oh, by the way, avoid putting this on existing walls, especially on freshly painted walls, because this will peel up paint. This is not delicate surface paint, or not delicate surface tape. Here I am using the blue frog tape, the delicate surface tape. I expect that there's a good chance that this stuff will peel up as I'm walking around. But a potential advantage of this tape that I see is that it'll swell up when you hit the paint, reducing the likelihood that there's going to be bleed through underneath. But it might not even be relevant. It might not matter. We'll see. This thing keeps coming off. Trying to keep it in there. Now that I have the perimeter masked off, I tucked tape underneath the baseboards. Now it's time to protect all the furniture in the center of the room. If there's no furniture in the room, you would just lay drop cloths down and just overlap and tape duct tape to the drop cloths and just lay it all the way down. So I'm going to lay plastic over this and just mask it off, and I just need to make sure that underneath a couple inches, maybe 3 inches underneath the end of the furniture where the ceiling paint may actually spatter to the ground that it's covered. Just gonna need to make sure that's all protected. All right, so here I'm gonna be using painter's plastic. I got this from Sherwin-Williams. It's 0.3 millimeters. I prefer to get the 0.5 millimeter stuff from Lowe's. It's a little bit thicker, a little bit hardier. I trust it more, for example, when I'm masking like brick walls. It's a little bit more durable, but this will do. So I'll show you. Goes like this, like that. Let's pull it out like this. This is 12 feet. So it will cover this and I'll pull it like this and mask it to the bottom this way and that way. And it might reach all the way to, like somewhere. You saw in the overall video, I might mask to here. But I want to make sure I want it to drape down all the way. I'm just pulling it over like this. Measure it down. When you have something that's like really high, you want to measure it from that high point because it'll bring the entire thing up. So. All right. You can use whatever tape. The tan masking tape is cheaper and it has better adhesion. But the thing is that this kind of stuff right here, I just want to make sure that I'm using delicate surface tape. It'll be fine to hold. For brick walls and stuff, like if I had to put plastic all the way down a brick wall, I want to use actually a stronger tape, maybe white tape, but actually green frog tape. Green frog tape is strong. It also has that polymer, that coating on top of here, so you can actually get close to it and it's going to prevent bleed through of the paint, right? Because you do not want to get paint on brick because it'll be like pretty much impossible to get out. In this situation, we're going to mask this. There's a chance that paint will end up spattering on here. That should be fun. I'm just going to use the white tape to mask this because it's stronger. Use the less adhesive, the less strong stuff at your own peril. You're learning a very thorough way to mask, and it will serve you in the long run. If you learn how to prep like this, everything else is easy. Once you learn to get efficient and learn to not hate it, I don't hate it, you know. It's all part of the job, right? It's the least exciting thing, that's for sure. But you get to appreciate it when you realize that this is what you get paid to do. And I'll mask underneath here like this. But if you become efficient at masking, prepping, everything, you're going to make a lot of money. If you do it well and are efficient, you'll make a lot of money. And again, you know, there's significantly more prep work to do when you're doing the ceilings and trim, or trim, I should say. Specifically when you're doing trim, right? Because you need to tuck it underneath. And yeah. So you can see that this is masked off. And then, you know, you can see that a couple inches under, 2-3 inches under, I put tape underneath just to have a margin of error. Didn't need to do it over here, but yeah, I'll probably hit this. But yeah, I mean, we're in good shape in terms of masking. The next steps are this. We're gonna set up our rolling scaffolding. We're gonna put our wet rags there. We're gonna put the 3 5-gallon buckets to wash our materials out and rinse them, right? They have clean water too, because we'll need clean water probably periodically throughout the job. And we're also gonna set up our lights in here and also our fans, right? Because we wanna have circulation to make things dry quicker. These box fans, they're 25 bucks each. Just put it up and you can stand it up like that, plug it in. So we're gonna have 2 fans in the room. Have 2 fans because you want the circulation to be everywhere.
if you have just one box vent, it can be very localized, and one or two walls can dry really quickly, and the others might not.
So once we have our lights, we have our fans, we have our rolling scaffolding with the wet rags, we have our 3 buckets with the water, wash, rinse, clean water. Then the next thing we're going to do is actually prepare the surfaces themselves for paint. Now, the first type of surface we're going to do is the trim. And when I say trim, I mean trim like as in door casings, window casings, baseboards, sometimes crown molding, which is along the ceiling. There's trim along the ceiling. We don't have that in this case. But the first aspect of prep for the trim is going to be caulking. We caulk first because it usually takes longer to dry than the spackling. The spackling takes about 15 minutes. The spackling is the patching compound where we do minor repairs to repair dings and stuff like that. But we're going to do the caulking first. Now, the first type of trim we're going to do. Now, mind you, remember, I said that we were going to start on the entrance door on one side and do that for all the steps. But like I said before, we're going to make an exception for the windows. We want to start with the windows because we want to get those done first. We're going to get that painted and have it dry first. Why is that? So that we can mask the sills. These are susceptible to getting paint spatter from the ceilings and the walls. Now, we can't put tape directly on the sills for at least a full day, but we still need to prepare it and protect it because we're going to be doing ceilings probably the same day and the walls sometimes the same day as well. So what we're going to do is that we're going to drape paper over it. We're going to tape either here or here. We're going to tape some paper to it and we're going to protect it. Now, you can alternatively, what you can alternatively do, so once we have our lights, we have our fans, we have our 3 buckets with water, the wash, rinse, clean water, and we have our scaffolding with the 2 wet rags on it, the next thing we're going to do is actually prepare the surfaces for paint. The first kind of surface we're going to prep is the trim because we're going to paint the trim first. Now, like I said before, you remember I said we're going to start on the door, right, the entrance door wall, and work systematically throughout the room, starting with that specific area. We're going to make an exception with the windows because we want to complete the windows first. We're going to caulk, starting with the windows, then caulk everything else, and then we're going to come and do the spackling. We're going to take spackling, also known as patching compound, and then we're just going to do any minor dings. We're just going to take care of that with that. We're going to caulk first because it usually takes longer to dry than the spackling takes to dry. So it's really about timing and making sure everything lines up so that we can paint as soon as possible. But we're going to do the windows first because we want to mask off and protect the sills from the ceiling and the wall spatter. There's 2 different ways to deal with this. One, which I prefer, after we complete the painting of the windows, we're going to tape with paper and have it drape across. In this case, you can actually, because there's no window casing, you can go from here to here. You don't want to put tape on fresh paint like that within 24 hours. So just keep that in mind because it will probably peel it off. The second method that we can deal with the paint spatter after taking care of the trim with paint is we could just put 1 coat on here, right? And then when we paint the ceilings and the walls, allow that spatter to hit this, and then we can come back and we take a medium grit sanding sponge and just sand that. We usually just use medium grit sanding sponges anyways. So medium grit sanding sponge, and try to sand all that down, sand it off if we can, and then do your final coat. So now we're going to go over caulking. So first of all, this is a caulk gun. I recommend the dripless kind. This is the kind that prevents excessive dripping. The way the caulk gun works is when you press the lever, it's going to, see that? It's going to extend it. Now, this is designed to prevent, after squeezing it, it tends to kind of keep pushing the caulking out. But this one is designed to minimize the mess that they will create. The other couple features that this has, it has this feature. So sometimes caulking or some other kind of caulk-like product is going to have like this film that is going to be, it's like a metal film that's going to hold and contain the caulk, so it doesn't, it's not exposed to air. So this is meant to go in here and puncture that so you can actually use the caulk. The other tool, and also too, this is helpful if you have a tube of caulk that has an edge that is, it's just been sitting out, it was already used, and it hardens up. You can actually puncture that to actually create some room so you can actually caulk. Maybe not ideal since you're actually knocking the hard stuff back in, but still will work. The other feature that it has, this, now I don't use this feature. You see that? Right there? This is meant to cut a tube of caulk, but most guys I know who are painters do not like to use this because it doesn't create a seamless, sharp edge when you cut it for some reason. So let me adjust this light. So instead, what I use to cut this tube of caulk is a utility knife. This is better. So when I cut this, I cut at a 45-degree angle so that I can lay a bead down and it kind of smooths itself out. I will still come back with a wet finger and what's called tooling it. I will push that caulk, contour it, any excess I'll pull off with my finger and wipe that off my finger. So this right here is about what you're looking for with, now it's kind of a little oblong, it's fine, right? It'll work. In fact, you can actually kind of correct it a little bit. Yeah, it's a little better, yeah, something like that. So start small. You don't want to cut it too much, otherwise you're going to have an unwieldy tube of caulk that when you put it, it's going to put way more than you need, and when you try to wipe it with your finger, it's going to spool out the edges of your finger and create ridges, and it's going to create a mess. It's going to create more work for yourself. So start small. If you have bigger gaps, you cut a bigger tube of caulk. But mostly for interior, you don't need to go that crazy, right? So let me see if I can find a tube of caulk to show you how to cut. So this is a new tube of caulk. That's what it looks like. Yep. So when I cut, I'm going to try to see if when I cut at a 45-degree angle, I want when it hits the end to almost be at this edge. Just so something like that. I might turn it a little bit to kind of get some leverage, and then like that. That didn't come off exactly ideal, but you just shave it off. It's easy to. Start at the same spot you did and just make sure. Well, right now, I'm not going to get a 45-degree angle. If you want to spend a crazy amount of time doing this, there you go. Not doing the best job here, but if it looks oblong, you can kind of go around that specific edge and correct it. So this is still used. This is fine. It'll be all right. It's got an angle. Let's try it out. You're looking for interior work, I would default use a white caulking. There's some use cases for clear caulking, but like if you're caulking over frog tape and then painting over, it's like you apply like frog tape on a surface, you're trying to make a really tight, crisp line. Put frog tape, because it has that polymer, right? It prevents bleed through more than, let's say, 3M Scotch tape, the standard blue painter's tape. You want to use frog tape. I think that blue Scotch tape stuff is garbage, but anyway. So you would apply frog tape, and you put clear caulking, a bead of it, even just a thin bead, and then wipe it with a wet finger. Just wipe almost all of it off, and then paint right on top of that, and you pull it up. But right when it's wet, when everything's right after you apply it, it has a perfectly crisp line. That's a tip. Anyway, so I cut that here, and then what I'm going to do is I need to get that caulking up. There we go. And wipe it. Make sure this rag is wet. It's like next to sopping wet. You don't want to make a mess with it, but you need to have a lot of water so you can have a very wet finger. All right, so I'm going to show you caulking. So these strips do not need caulking. Usually, if there's like a gap where the trim ends that we're going to paint, I'll caulk it, unless it's like a special situation. But usually you caulk it, you know, for it to look nice. Maybe you'd use clear caulking in that situation, right? If you don't want white to kind of, you know, you don't want the edge of the white bead of caulking to be on a very different colored surface, for example. But anyway, so when I'm doing this, I'm going to start at the corner, right? You can see it. And so I'm going to start here, for example, and then I'm going to, oops, it started to pool. Maybe my angle is not very good on here. I'll just need to accommodate for that. So have a sharper angle, like that. Now, I do it like that. So when I'm doing this, and you see that this is starting to drip a little bit, that's normal. Sometimes the caulking itself will be a factor. The caulk gun is also a factor. But, so I laid my bead down. When you saw, I had it made sure that was an angle, so it was kind of pressing it as it was going up and kind of forming it and contouring it. You don't want to have it like this because you're just going to make a mess and it's not controlled. And you have excess caulk and stuff like that. It starts to do what you just saw, where it starts to kind of string out. So when you're making the movement, you don't want to have all this fine wrist movement where your wrist is tense and you're trying to micromanage with the wrists and the fingers. Everything that I'm going to teach you in terms of the technique, the movement, the flow throughout the job is going to be about making sure you're just in a physical position with your feet, your whole body, and keeping your movements simple. That's how you're going to most quickly, intuitively understand how to flow with the work. And that's how you're going to get the most efficient, the quickest. So when I'm caulking, you know, it's not stiff, it's steady, right? It's not stiff, it's relaxed yet steady. And I'm following through with my whole body, right? It's not so much coming from here, it's more so coming from here, you know, my whole body. So I laid my tube of, or bead of caulk down, wet my finger. I am not going to use like this. I'm not going to tool it like this. I'm going to use this. This is a narrower part. It's a sharper side. I don't want to so round. I just kind of want to fill in where I need to fill in. And then just take the excess off. So I'm going to come in up here. Wet finger, remember. And if you have excess, it's going to pool in front of your finger. Wipe it off. Wash this often if you need to. Often wipe the tip, right? Because it'll start to, you know, the caulk starts to pool out. Same thing, I'm going to repeat it right here. Now, keep in mind, I want to work in a way that reflects how I do all the other steps. We're doing the windows first, right? Now, let's make an analogy with this window with a wall, for example. When I am painting a wall, I start in the bottom corner, right? Like how I said, you know, I have that entrance door wall. I start in the bottom right. I'm left-handed. You can start in the bottom left as a right-handed person, whatever works for you, it's fine. I start in the bottom right. I work up, across. If there's door casing along this way, I'll hit that as well. I'll continue to the other corner, come down and come back, right? And I'll hit the vertical sides of the casing as I'm doing that as well. That is a system that I keep consistent with all the steps that I do, right? Same thing with caulking. So I'm going to come up here like this, right? Now I'm coming down because it's easier for me to have, because I want to have one bead. If I can keep a one bead throughout the whole process, I'm going to do that. So I'm deviating it a little bit, but it's just easier for me to come down and just let it fall. Keep that angle, right? So when you're using the caulk gun, there's a delay between you pressing it and the caulk coming out, and there's also a tiny delay after you release it with a little bit extra caulk coming. It's not perfect. You just got to get a feel for it. So I laid this bead down, wet finger, edge of the finger, right? It might come up like this. Ideally, you want it all in one swoop because the caulking won't be exactly perfect if you end it in the middle, but it's not a big deal. I'm gonna come. All right. I'm also gonna hit these little corners right here. I'm not sure how well you can tell, but there's also space right here. It's kind of like with the door casing. So I'm gonna hit that. Again, simple movements. Don't try to pressure with the wrists or the fingers. Just keep your body in proper position, you know, and just simple movement and follow through with the body. Now, I'm having a hard time getting that right there. So what you can do is sometimes like you can just lay a bead down and just wipe the excess off and kind of rub it in. It'll get in there. So that's going to be sufficient. Now I'm pretending because this doesn't need any caulking. Looks fine, right? But I'm still just going to kind of give you an idea what it looks like. All right? Wipe it. Right here. Oh, sometimes the caulking pops. Like that. Sometimes there's air bubbles in it. Sometimes it pops. Just roll with it. Wet finger. I have an excess, so I wipe that off. Try to make a consistent line. Bada bing. So I have another little ridge right here. Just gonna go like that. You start to get kind of quick when you're used to working with the various ends of your finger. You're just kind of, you know, smoothing it all out. Again. I'm going to come down. Like that. And you just keep going. So you do, if you have a spot that would look better with caulking, if sometimes there's like a space between the window or the vinyl window and the wood trim, sometimes I'll caulk that. You can also use clear caulking, whatever looks good, right? All right, so I decided to put gloves on, and I cut this off so that I can properly do the tooling with my finger. I don't like caulking on my hands. It's annoying to have throughout the course of the job. So again, wipe finger. Now we're going to baseboard. So starting on that wall that I was talking about, working in the proper sequence. So I'm coming through here. Now I already checked over there. It's all good over there. You know, this run right here, I'm going to show you as if I'm going to caulk the whole thing. I'm wiping it clean first. Otherwise, sometimes the caulking won't adhere. So wipe this like that. Check to see the angle is correct. Now, if I had a better, more exact 45-degree angle, I wouldn't have as much of a tilt. It's almost like it's more perpendicular. If it were 45, it would be more of a 45-degree angle. So I lay my bead down, wet my finger, and then go. That should be good. It's quick, simple, right? Also, this looks okay. I mean, yeah, that looks okay. Paint will, all the paint will be. It will make it look smoother anyway. acrylic latex enamel has a little bit of extensibility to it, which means that the very, very, very tiny cracks it can fill, and it'll be all right. More significant gaps where you can take a that blade and carve into it, you definitely want to use caulking for that. So over here, for example, so right here is an example of a place that I would use a 5-in-1 tool to carve out before I caulk. There's a little bit of give here. It's very tiny. It's hard to say. I don't have a 5-in-1 tool on me immediately right now. I'm going to do a stupid thing and just use my utility knife. And just create a little gap so that the caulk can go through. If I need to, I'll clean it out a little bit. Wipe. And I'm pulling very lightly on this. It's like very, very. So it's like, if you can see it. Yeah, it's slowly coming out. Anyway, so my finger, set, wipe. You're good. Keep going. If you get in tight corners like this, you can shift the angle of this like this. So I'm putting the angle like this at the side of it and then kind of going up like this, as opposed to the angle being, it's like that. I'm turning it so the angle is like that. So I put it like that, and I can get this gap right here. Oops. It's not gonna be perfect, but you know, a wet finger does a lot. Like that. Just keep going. Now, some areas, like the one I showed you before, I laid a bead down, even though it didn't need it. Right. Most of these baseboards seem okay. They don't need any caulk. Right. The inside corners, they look like they do. So I'll take care of that. Now, let's look at the trim. So what we have here is a door casing, and there's a lot of different areas that you can hit with the door casing with caulking. If it's new, you spend kind of a lot of time going around. So the first, I would say the most, just focus on the inside first, right? This sometimes needs caulking all the way up and down. And then the next would be this, right? Because this is a separate trim piece than the jamb, right? And this is also a separate piece than the flat part. So caulk, and then, well, of course, ideally you don't want to hit these miters with caulking, but just make sure you wipe it with really wet rag after you apply it. So you kind of massage it in, just make it smooth, so you can just paint over it. And also the outsides, too, right? Just look to make sure that those look smooth, that there's no areas where there's like pits, where there's bad caulking, and you'll be good. So let's go over the potential things that can go wrong when you're caulking. The first thing is that you have too much caulk coming out, and it might be because you're going too slowly, or you may have too large of a tip, right? So just make sure you start with a smaller tip, and then you go at a pace that makes sense. And also with the pressure too, right? It may be that you're putting too much pressure on, you're cranking this too much and going too slowly, for example. Now, when that happens, when you put a lot of caulk down, what you can do is wipe the excess off. And if it's not like pooling over like crazy, you can actually just go to an empty area and wipe that excess off, right? Just make sure you have a really wet finger. Another thing that may happen is that when you're caulking, the caulk may actually spill over the lip of the baseboard, for example, and that's usually just like an angle issue. You just want to make sure that you're getting right in there. And as long as you have a 45-degree angle, you can kind of set it at a 45-ish angle and then go down. The other thing that may happen is that if you're getting streaks when you're tooling the caulk or wiping it with your wet finger, if it's getting streaky, right? If it's like there's like lap marks where you end the stroke for the wet finger, that's an indication that you actually have too dry of a finger when you're tooling it. So just make sure you have a very wet finger for that. Another common problem is caulk spilling out, is dripping out. So it could be either the caulking where there's like a lot of air bubbles in it. So a solution to that would be to try to get, like, for example, tower caulking accelerator, accelerated caulk. You can find that either online, or you can also go to Benjamin Moore stores. It's rebranded as All Pro Quick to Coat. It comes in an orange caulk tube. That's one. Just get a good caulking. I mean, it's hard to avoid. Like a lot of the DAP stuff seems to run a lot, like the Alex caulks. And another reason, it may be because you don't have a caulk gun like this. This is called a dripless caulk gun. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to relieve the pressure and not be continuous in pressure and continue to spool caulking out even when you're not using it and it's just lying down. Now, it may be that when you're caulking, it takes too long to dry and messes things up. So you want a more of a quick dry caulk, but you want one that doesn't sacrifice its integrity. You want to have a caulk that will expand and contract well. Some of the quick dry products out there don't really do that. They kind of just like mask, and they don't really flex along with the expansion and contraction of the house. So one caulk that I'd recommend is Tower Accelerator. It has a good extensibility, but also you can paint it within 30-40 minutes or so. You can also use the quick dry stuff from Sherwin-Williams. It comes in a green caulk tube. Just go to the Sherwin-Williams store. I don't think you can get this at any sort of Home Depot or Lowe's. I think they just sell DAP and other things. But just keep in mind that that stuff is like, it comes out more chunky, so maybe a little bit harder to work with. It usually is harder to work with. Now sometimes too, the caulk will shrink and it'll reveal small gaps where you caulked. So just do another pass, for example, or try to get preemptive with it and just make sure you put enough caulking in. And if the caulk is not adhering, it's almost certainly that you need to clean off the surface before you caulk. So for example, if there's a lot of dust on these baseboards, make sure you take what's called a duster brush. It's like a brush that you will not use for painting because it's so raggedy, and just brush off the dust. And if you need to, you can use a microfiber rag and just get all the gunk off of that. And also, you want to have proper technique. You want to have good etiquette with the caulking. So if you have a bunch of caulking that's kind of spilling over and you're trying to put it in, you're just going to make a mess. So every time, wipe it off before you do your next pass, or right after you do a pass, because it will start to build up. And also just make sure you have the proper angle, right? The lower the angle you get to this, the more caulk that you're going to leave behind, and the more perpendicular you make it, the more it's going to tool itself out. So often that's an advantage because you have that tip that's going to kind of go like that. But if you put a lot of caulking in while you're doing that, it actually will just kind of create ridges on either side and make it more of a mess. So just make sure you have a good angle and just have a good workflow, right? You can do a pass along the entire baseboard like that, right? And then just tool the entire thing, right? And remember, every time you leave for the day and you're still working on a room, take up this and just put it in the room so that the client is not going to collide into it. It's also just courtesy, just to make sure that you're not in there. The thing with painting is that you're kind of like a ninja. You want to kind of not be seen as much as possible, right? So you want to be out of their way as much as possible. That's one of the things about interior painting. Just be out of the way, be service oriented. So take this up, it's like everything's kind of away. Yeah. All right, so I caulked everything in the room, and now I'm going to start spackling everything. This is the spackling compound. This right here, the 3M stuff. I do not care for the color changing stuff. This doesn't matter to me. In fact, it could actually mislead you by making you think that it's dry. So it changes color from blue to white, and when it changes to white, you may very well be sanding it when it's white, and it'll actually pull up the entire spackling. So it's kind of misleading. This is a stupid DIY marketing thing. So I don't usually buy this stuff. I just got this at Home Depot. It's the same exact stuff, just with like the color changing feature. That doesn't really work. But it has the color changing feature compared to the stuff that's gray. It looks, it's colored gray. It's the same stuff, right? It's just, primer enhanced spackling compound, 3M. You can get it everywhere. But do not get the stuff that is yellow, the large patching compound, because it has fiber in it, and when you sand it away, it'll show some fibers and it'll telegraph through the paint. You don't want that. You want it seamless. So when I'm working with this is a new batch. Go like this. Another kind of spackle that's really good is Crawford's vinyl spackling paste. It comes in a green can. It's a little bit more expensive than this, But that stuff's really creamy. It has the same feature as you just being able to apply 2 coats of paint. You don't need primer for this to seal it, and you don't need the primer for Crawford spackling paste. So you apply 2 coats of paint on, it should just be able to blend in. Now this stuff's a little bit more messy to work with in my experience. So when I am applying it, sometimes like if I'm pulling this up, I don't want like that. I don't really want that because you have it built up on the edges right here. And when you apply it, it often will just kind of, you see that? It has these ridges and it'll fall down and create a mess. It also doesn't make it like shape and contoured for me to be able to come in easily and just knock the edges down and, you know, sand to smooth. So what I do sometimes is, all right, what I do sometimes is like if I'm like that, I'll just kind of go like that, right? And just kind of get it centralized. Kind of have a triangle or something like that. It's a little bit, kind of go like that. It's kind of pulling up, you know. Anyway, so the first thing, I'm going to do the windows first because as we know, we caught the windows first because we want to paint these windows first. So everything is about timing. We're going to hit the windows first so that we can protect the sills afterwards strategically. So we're going to get some of this, right? Any imperfections that we see. Now I feel some ridges, some roughness here. So I'm actually going to take the medium grit sanding sponge that I'm going to use to sand the spackle down. I'm going to also knock it down, make it smooth. I might need to actually take a tool. I might take my 5-in-1 tool, for example. You know, knock some areas down. Just don't fuss with it, right? You're just trying to go systematically, steady pace, you know. Yep, so anyway, we're good here. So I'm gonna spackle this sill. Anywhere that I see a little spot right there, like that. Try not to fuss. I don't want to make that many movements even. I'm gonna continue going down. I might take a light, for example, but I have some natural light coming in here, so I can see it fine. All right, so there's not much there, but over here, there's some nail holes, right? That's often the case where they don't take care of them on these specific sides. So I'm gonna boom, 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 boom. Up here too. I'm just, right? So going all the way up and down. And just work consistently, systematically. Once I have these windows spackled and prepared, I'll actually take care of that. There's a little crack right here alongside the sill and the wall. I'll scrape that and spackle it along the wall, or even caulk it. But anyway, so after I do the windows, then that's gonna be the first thing to dry, and then I'm gonna start to do the door side on the right side that I was talking about the entire time, where I systematically start. We're just making an exception with the windows just so that we can get ahead and mask off the sills before we start painting the ceiling and the walls. Also, just so that you understand, when you're spackling, you'll want to make sure that it's a little bit proud, as in there's a little bit excess for you to be able to sand down and make it smooth. If you don't apply enough material, it actually, sometimes this stuff may shrink a tiny bit. There's other products that will shrink a little bit more. But the idea is that if you don't apply enough, it'll actually still telegraph through because there's like a little tiny dip where the hole or imperfection is. And it would have been good for me, I went down the sill this way and I started going up, I think, to show you. Probably the better thing to do was just to start like this. Again, working in a system, doing the same patterns over and over again to make sure it's easy for you to keep track of where you start and stop and where the next step you need to start at is. All right, it's been about 15 minutes or so. Spackling is dry. I can start to sand it away. And just work systematically. Again, don't tense the wrist. That's a telltale sign that you're fussing and not going as fast as you could. Just want to keep your fine appendages steady, right? You know, not rigid, but you know, pretty firm and steady. All right, and I'm also gonna at the same time I'm gonna scuff up the rest of the window because this is a glossier paint that's already on here, and I want to make sure we have proper adhesion. I even scuff it in between the top coat of what I'm applying, the trim paint that I'm applying, because it is a semi-gloss paint in this circumstance. And the more glossy it is, the more you need to make sure that it's scuffed up so that it has some bite to it, so that the next coat could actually adhere optimally. So now, there may be a circumstance in which you go through a room really quickly with spackle, and there's actually, you know, if you were to come back and try to sand it, it's actually still wet in the spot that you started. So you need, in those circumstances, to occupy yourself with some other task until this is dry. So I would recommend the next step for yourself would be to start with the ceilings, because you're going to paint the ceilings next. And I'm going to show you the procedure for how to scan for imperfections. It's very similar to walls, so we'll go over that later on. But you can also do walls too. It just depends. So if you're not doing ceilings, you could just do walls. So we spackled everything after caulking, and then we sanded all the spackle spots. Now we're almost ready to paint. We just got to clean off the surfaces. So we're going to vacuum, wipe any of this down. We're going to vacuum right next to the baseboards, make sure they're clean, and then we can start doing our trim paint. So here for these sills, I'm taking a dry rag and just wiping all the dust off, because I already went behind with the wet rag and got any like gunk or grease off before we even spackled and caulked. So I'm just kind of wiping it, making sure it's clean. Just go really quickly. Yep. Now I'm starting on the door side, on the right side that I've been talking about the entire time, where I'm going to systematically start and end on the other side. So here I'm going, taking that off. And I'm just going to scuff up the rest of the trim, because I want to make sure that the trim paint adheres properly. All right, going down. I know that there's nothing that I'm repairing here. Just gonna go like this. I'm gonna hit the top of this. Well, here's the thing. I just put it on top. So I'm going around these baseboards. I didn't actually caulk here, but if I did, I want to be very careful, because I'm kind of scuffing all the different corners, you know. And I usually do the same thing for the top of this lip, but the problem is that if I caulk it, I may actually kind of like dig into it and start ripping up the caulk. So just be careful. If you already caulked it, don't do it. Just go here. And now I spackled here, so I'm gonna make sure that's all good. Done. Continue on. The other thing is, if you're using a tub that you've already used before and you open it up, what tends to happen is that it becomes a crust along this edge if you don't clean it off. So I would recommend cleaning that up thoroughly, and it will actually make this ineffective to seal this off, and it makes all the spackle dry quicker. The other thing is that when you have stuff that's drying quickly, it mixes into what you're using, and it'll start to create little impressions, like it'll start to kind of scratch the spackle as you're going and leave bits where it's not actually covered, right? So it makes it not smooth. So you need to account for that. So do everything you can not to have crumbs in the spackle. It does make a difference. Another thing too is that when you have a used tub that you're reusing after a while, it'll start to dry up after a while, especially as you're applying, it just starts to naturally dry up, especially if it's like a really porous wall, if it's like a flat paint, very dull flat paint that's porous, and you're applying spackle over it, it'll start to dry this up. So feel free to moisturize this, put some water in it, you know, some of this kind of water. If you're using let's say hard water, as in like well water that has a lot of iron in it, it may counteract some of the effect of the water kind of hydrating it and making it more workable. It actually may make it set a little bit more. That's debatable, but it's definitely true with joint compound and drywall mud. If you add well water to it, it'll actually make it set quicker. So just keep that in mind. All right, so I'm going to start in the same place that I did before, get some spackle, and I'm going to start at the base for it, and I'm going to go look at the trim. For the most part, the trim, I would say most of the time it doesn't usually need spackle unless it's like a very heavy traffic door, like an entrance door. Closets, not so much. Don't go crazy with it. Just whatever strikes you, just repair that. So I'm going to start. I'm going to go over here. Let's say there's one right here, right? I'm going to get that. And if it's hard to get out, you can just kind of wipe it away. You want to leave the spackling a little bit, what's called proud, right? There's a little bit excess, so you have something to sand down. And really one of the most important things is making sure that the edges are sanded. So if it's possible, you don't want to leave a lot of buildup on the edges because it makes more work for you to sand down, but you do want to kind of leave it proud. You want to leave it mounded a little bit, right? So I'm going to come up, I'm going to inspect it. Have a light, for example, if you want to. I mean, there's a little ding here, you know, but there's really not much, right? So, like that. Now, if it's very sparse, right? If there's very little spackling that you need to do in certain surfaces, what I would do is I would just take some blue tape and tag that because you might forget it, right? I usually don't spackle trim very much at all unless, again, it's something where it gets a lot of traffic. So I tag this because, you know, oftentimes I'll do entire casings, I'll look at them quickly, and there's not much really to spackle at all, and that is often the case. If there's a lot of lighting and it's very revealing sometimes, but usually the standard is just, a couple things, move on. And if I am spackling certain areas where I ordinarily wouldn't do much and there's just like one or two spots, I'll put just a tag of blue tape on just to make sure I hit that, because I definitely don't want to paint this without sanding it down and leaving ridges and having it telegraph through the paint. Here's a drip from a previous paint job from the wall. I'll just scrape that down a little bit. And when you're scraping stuff off the wall, for example, or the trim, you'll get some like remnants of paint, some shavings. You don't want to wipe that off into here. You want to clean that off somehow. Take a rag or something like that. Just get it off before you start to use the spackling. You want to make everything clean and not have stuff mixed in and contaminating it. Looking at everything. Yeah, just looking, seeing, okay, maybe there's a couple things here, Just a tip on technique. When I apply, right, I get a little bit. I apply like this. I apply one direction and wipe the other way. Especially the case for walls, when I have like holes and nail pops and things like that. That's a way to fill it so that it's even and there's not ridges where you're doing it in the same direction twice. So I apply like that and then like that. Didn't mention. So the standard when I'm doing this process is a 3-inch flex knife. So this is Purdy. Purdy has some good tools. I don't like their extension poles. I prefer Wooster, but their hand tools are usually very good. And this also has a metal end so that if you have drywall anchors or certain things that protrude out, or there's like paper that's kind of flailing out, you can go like this and push it in. You can even push drywall anchors inside with it being already installed. That's something that's commonly done with painters. So you push it in and then you spackle it. So this is a good tool for that. Also, it has flex to it, right? 3-inch flex knife. If you have a stiff one, it's kind of a little bit harder, more awkward to apply with a stiff one. This has the right amount of stiffness and flexibility for you to be able to go around and knock down any hard edges and stuff like that, or just like bumps and stuff in the wall. You can just kind of go like that, right? But again, try to make this clean. So this is kind of a mock idea. So let's say I'm going down like this. like that. That's more than, you know, that I need to do for this circumstance. I'm just playing along, right? So I leave it a little bit proud. I go up here, and it's about efficiency, right? Oops. If there's excess, I'll just wipe that off. It's like kind of a lip on the edge. And go like this. Right? Keep going up. And just go all the way up like that. Again, as is the common theme with all the techniques I'm going to show you, you don't want to have tension in your wrist when you're doing these movements. You want to base it solely on your positioning with your body, right? You know, and it's more coming from here, the center of my body than it is with this. The more tension you have here, the more likelihood that it's indicating you're approaching it wrong and you're fussing. You don't want to fuss. You want to have simple movements and just continuously move systematically and quickly throughout the room. This. I don't actually need to do any of this. None of these are actually like spots to repair. I'm just kind of showing you, okay, I'm going to do this. There are a couple spots here. There's some ridges too. So when you're spackling, also what will impede your progress or the result is you have some ridges, bumps, and things like that on the surface. So you need to smooth that out. So you would knock that down before you go. Otherwise, it's just going to create chattering, and you're not, even with sanding and everything, it's not going to look good. So some common problems. One of the biggest things is that there's hard edges, even after somebody sands. And usually it's because they're not putting enough effort on getting the perimeter and sanding that. So for example, I will show you on the wall. This applies to trim anything that you're spackling. So let's say right here, I go like that. Now, let's say this was a nail pop and I'm putting a lot of product on and I leave it proud, but I don't, there's a lot of buildup on the edges. Now, if you go like this, now obviously this is still wet, but let's say, for example, it's dry, and I just kind of go like that, there's a good chance that there's still going to be a ridge on the edge. So what you want to do before anything is make sure you hit that edge and emphasize that and smooth it out like that. You want to sand it quickly, right? It shouldn't take that long. And if you're leaving a lot of product on, it's going to take longer, right? Because you have to sand that down. Now, the type of sanding sponge you use is a medium grit for this specific product, right? If you try to use a fine grit sanding sponge, it's going to take too long. So medium grit, these come in packs of 2. So yeah. Another thing when you're going and inspecting the trim for patching is that there's nails that have not been set. They're protruding out. They're not synced into the wood. Obviously, you can't spackle with that. So what you do is you take a nail set. So it's like a spring thing. There's also tools where you can put it right on the nail and knock it with a hammer, for example, and knock that in. But I'll provide links to that and resources for that. But if you're working with me, I'll have a nail set available so you can do that as you go. Now, since we're focusing on spackling, we're talking about the trim. I'm showing you that, but I'm also going to talk about the walls as well. So let's say, for example, you have like a drywall anchor, or let's say you have a nail pop that you scrape away and it shows like a deep impression where the nail or screw is. So in those circumstances, you may try to apply a thick coat of spackle on to try to make it proud and smooth so you can sand it down and make it smooth so you can paint over it. But oftentimes that is not the case. You're not able to. You actually need to put a second coat of spackle on to make it smooth, because sometimes like you put it up and there's like a lot of material in the center and you'll still see the ridge. No matter how you swipe it, right, you still see the ridge on the edge and it'll telegraph through on the finish. So you just put a thin coat of spackle on that, float it out, and then just wait until how long it needs to dry and sand it down and then paint over it. Now, if you have to do that, just keep in mind that it very well may impact the system, the procedure, and the timing of your painting, right? Because you have to have even just one spot that needs to dry. You have to wait for that to dry before you can sand and then paint the wall. Now, another problem that may occur when you're spackling is that after you apply the spackle and you wait for it to dry, sand it, you put 2 coats of paint on, you can actually still see the texture of the spackle coming through the paint. That usually means that you're not applying enough paint. So you want to apply full coats, right? If you're rolling, you want to stretch it as far as you possibly can, right? Just roll, just full coats on, let it dry, and it should blend in the texture and hide the porousness of the spackle. And also, again, to reiterate, if the spackle is becoming chalky, hard to work with, just hydrate it. You want to perhaps err more on the more liquidy side with this a little bit, right? So for example, this is new. I haven't been using this. The more you kind of work with it, it tends to get a little bit moistened up and loosened. This is nice to work with, right? I don't need to put much effort, doing that. If I find that I'm having to fuss and apply it over and over again, just try to add more water to it and it should work out. All right, we cleaned up around the baseboards and the trim, and now we're ready to start painting the trim. Now, I'm going to show you a technique and a way of setting up a tray that is conducive with that technique. Now, ordinarily, painters will use something like this. This is a Wooster Pelican, also known as like a handy pail, cut bucket, things like that. This is what most painters use, and the technique that I'm going to show you is not really aligned with this at first, but you can use this later on, right? Especially when you get more comfortable and you're using more paint, you know how to work with the paint. But the thing is that when you set this tray up, I'm going to give you a technique that accelerates the learning of using the brush, of the sensitivity of the paint and the brush, and just being able to work it. So I'm going to show you how to, I would say the simplest and fastest way to learn how to use a brush. So I'm taking this plastic and I'm going to drape it over. You can get a liner, but I would just recommend you learn this because it's more expedient. It's more available. You're using this plastic for the rest. It does the same kind of thing. All right, now I'm cutting this flat. All right, so I'm using duct tape to cinch this. You can also use like tan masking tape, but blue delicate surface tape is not strong enough to hold this when you tape the plastic at the bottom. So this is big enough, just big enough. This process you can also use for rolling too, and I'm going to show you when I'm rolling. So I'm going to take this. Not the best thing to have this on your, the gloves on your hands. But okay, so I'm going to. It's important because you're also going to use this for rolling, and I'm going to show you. The thing is that the way you set up the plastic, it matters. So I'll explain why. All right, so I'm going to pull this over. I'm going to do this first. I'm going to take that tape, make sure it's all tight. Come on. All right, so I got that. I'm going to come back and do the back now. So I'm going to try to align it. And I'm leaving space. I'm leaving space because I don't want paint to be pooling into the corners. I want it to be kind of centralized. It's easier to work with. The brushing, for the brush, it doesn't matter so much. There's another reason why it matters to set up this tray the way that I'm going to show you. So I'm pulling it back. I'm just kind of taking it as it is and just making sure it's taut. All right, there we go. I need to take these gloves off. All right. You don't want it to be too tight and too, because it will not hold a lot of paint and it's not going to roll very well. So I have that right there. All right. Let's take these gloves off. All right. This is tough tape to try to, we'll put this here for now. This is not a good idea, but, it's whatever. If it's newer paint, it would be a big problem. All right, so I want to tape all the sides. I want to make sure it's all, the entire side is taped. That. And I'll just actually take care of this. Man, it's tough stuff. This is T-Rex duct tape. All right. A little bit too. I would leave it a little bit less taut. But the advantage of kind of setting it up so that it's like this. By the way, too, I'm using the 0.3 millimeter stuff, and if you stretch this out too much, it'll just burst through when you're rolling, especially, and just pool in the bottom, and you have to clean it up. So I wouldn't leave this so taut. But like this, I would just kind of push it like that, take my tape, like that, and then let's go like this. So tough to work. And I'll just put a final piece here. All right, so I've set this up. This is going to be my painting, my brushing one. By the way, this is for holding tips and stuff like that. I don't actually use this for painting, otherwise it would never look like this. Okay, so I'm going to set up my paint pouring management setup in this area, and the foundation of it is going to be this. This is a box that I get from Sherwin-Williams. It's for holding gallons of paint. You can see they kind of put them in like this, you know, on its side. So you can put 4. If you stack, you can put 5 in. So they give you this usually if they're giving you paint, for example. So I use this so that I could have a space that's designated for dealing with the paint. And it helps me manage it. There's a psychological benefit to it of being like, okay, I'm compartmentalizing it. But it's also, you know, it actually does make sure that the paint doesn't, you know, you want to prevent it from being even on the canvas if you can. So I'm going to set this up. You know, that's okay. I don't have a lot of space in this room. It's kind of a small room. But anyway, I'm going to set that. You know, even if it's partially helping, that's good. Yeah, you just want to have good paint etiquette. You know, it's the same thing with the gloves that I was showing you. If you actually wear gloves, it actually makes you cleaner because it psychologically makes you more sensitive to the fact that you have paint on yourself, and it just makes you better in terms of service and managing. All right, so let me get the paint. All right, I have my gloves on, and here is the paint. So this is from the other room that I did in the overall video. So you can see that I poured it. I didn't pour it from the front because I want to see what kind of paint it is. I want to see, it says the sheen, you know, and what the paint type is, the company. I pull it where on the back side, so it's not going to affect that. So now I haven't used this paint in weeks or months even, I would say. So I need to shake this up thoroughly. Best thing to do is to stir it. And use a drill and just stir it. You can also use a stir stick, but it's going to take a long time to do. But alternatively, you know, you should just check the paint too, right? So I have my 5-in-1 tool. I'm going to use this. You can also use this like this, although I've always used this to open up the can. Try to keep it on the cardboard. So I'm kind of going like that. Like that. Put the lid here. I'm just looking at it. It actually doesn't look bad, right? It's not super separated. You can't rely on that just by eyeball. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this lid on top and just shake this a lot. All right, so whenever I close the lid, it's important because if I don't put this on, or if I just start banging it, it will spatter. It'll come from the rim and go out. So I go like that. That should be good. Take this off. All right. Now, I shake it kind of like that. I do a lot of that. This doesn't seem like it's kind of moving it all the way around in a circular way. I know guys who go like this. This may be good. Maybe switch it up, you know. Maybe do this for a couple minutes, you know. If you used it within a couple months and it's good paint, and you shake it up for a couple minutes, it should be good. All right. Now, if you get this directly from the store, they already mixed it really thoroughly with a really high power machine. So you don't need to do this for a while, maybe even like hours into the day, right? So just keep that in mind. Now, opening this back up. Making sure it's all compartmentalized. If I keep it on the cardboard, then it's not gonna be on the canvas. And I make sure not to step on the cardboard. If it gets onto the canvas, I can very well start tracking it if I were to step on the canvas. That's the reason I have this station set up. So, since I'm doing trim paint, I don't need a lot right now. If I'm doing doors, I need a little bit more. Obviously, you kind of need to fill it up if you're doing ceilings or walls because you have a lot of surface area. This gallon can actually do several rooms, right? So, yeah, so just keep that in mind. You don't need to go crazy with it. And see how I turned it, right? I'm gonna see if I can kind of show it to you again. This is too taut. This is like not even touching the metal, right? I made a mistake there, so just learn from me. Just make it so that the corners are a little bit rounded up, or just don't even fuss too much, right? I try to do everything in a way that makes sense for me, that I can kind of manage. The other reason, by the way, that I make this tight is because if you have, this tray has ridges to it. So for example, if you're rolling, there's a use to the ridges that helps kind of take off the excess paint, right? And if you're using big or small trays, the undulations, and especially when you put plastic on it, if it's not tight, there's all these little like valleys and like, you know, it's like this, and in those pockets or when it's really exposed, it starts to dry out quicker. And when you're rolling, it gets into the paint and gets on the wall, and you have boogers on the wall, right? So I try to make it smooth, right? This is fine. In terms of smoothness, this is fine. But you have longer working time before you have to replace the plastic if you make it to where it's not like all rigidy, ruffly up. So anyway, so I'm gonna show it to you again. I'm gonna pour, and then I make it vertical, but I also twist it at the same time. I didn't do a very good job there because there's a lot of pooling, but then you take the brush, go up with that. I'll even just kind of wiggle this out. That was a mistake too. There was a little pool of paint. I didn't like seeing that. It's gonna take a while for that to dry. I just don't want it around in my work area in general. But when, this is not a very well shaped brush. This is not a well maintained brush. So I'm gonna see if I can kind of shape it a little bit. All right, now I'm gonna come and spend a few passes. I'm gonna spend a moment to clean this rim. I know some guys will take like a screw and knock it in, and so that there's little holes that the paint can kind of go through. And you don't need to do this as much. It makes less of a mess. That's an option. There's not really a good product that I know of that mitigates this for some reason. You would think that they would come up with a better thing, but yeah, you just gotta spend a moment and do that. There's still paint in there, right? So I'm gonna do the same thing I did that when I first opened and closed the can. Go like this, like that. all good. Now, setting it up with this. Now, let's paint some trim. So, I'll start with the trim first, like we said. So, by the way, this is starting to pool. This is too much towards the center. There's too much paint here. A good thing to do is, like, for example, there's a couple things. You could tape. This is called the ferrule, the brush. You can tape, use like, let's say, tan masking tape, and tape it across, right, to where it's like an inch down. I've seen people do that, so you're not going to get it on the edge and create much of a mess. You can also, for example, if you're not using like a Booster Pelican and you're trying to keep this in that tray and away from the paint, well, for example, use less paint so there's less risk of the brush just kind of sitting in the paint like that, right? But you can also put a screw in here and just kind of make sure that it rests like that. That's a couple things. All right, so anyway, usually when people will teach you to use a brush, they will teach you a couple of different ways. One of the most prominent ones is like the dip. You dip it in like an inch, right? And then you slap. Definitely don't slap. Slapping produces spatters and goes outside. It's messy. It really is. Guaranteed. So instead, you don't want these. This is not a well-maintained brush. I'll show you another brush, by the way, that's better. This is more so the shape that you want. There's still a little bit of moisture in this brush, so the center of it is kind of like, you know, it's a little bit wonky. But this is fine, right? This is kind of what you're looking for. I'm using a 2-inch brush. It's a little bit thinner than a 2.5-inch brush too. And this is the kind of thing I use for trim because it's workable, right? A 2.5-inch brush is good when you're like doing walls, things like that. You can go a little bit farther, it holds a little bit more paint. But yeah, so this is what I use, angle sash. See it? So you can get in the corners a little bit more easily. This brush is in a little bit worse shape, but it's the same 2-inch kind of thing. This is a Proform contractor brush, and I really recommend these. The filaments are really nice, and the brushes are affordable. Purdy's a little bit more expensive, although they're fine. I like the XL ones. So, usually when you're taught how to use a brush, contractors will usually tell you to like dip it into a bucket, get it like an inch or more with paint, and then slap it. Don't slap it, it'll create a mess. But if you're gonna do something like that, you wanna like kind of go like this, right? You're just trying to get a little bit of excess off and centralize the paint in the brush. The key to learning how to use a brush quickly is to get it in the center and get it centralized as quickly and simply as possible and work from the center. You're trying to get a sense of balance of the paint inside the brush. If it's pooling over the edges, you lose control, you start to have more runs, and it becomes more of a mess. This is a simple way to start learning to paint with a brush. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to get more of the paint over here. All right. What I'm going to do instead, I'm going to glob it kind of on the edge like that, right? And then I'm going to push. What this does is it relieves the paint off the edges of the brush. I can't even do it. So I would say I call it the glob push. I push it twice or so. You know, it depends. Like that. And, you know, get it pretty solid, right? And this is a good amount of paint, but it's in the right place already. If I dip and push like this, I usually have to offload it before I start working with it. But anyway, so the first thing I'm going to do, oops, dripped. By the way, this is too wide. I actually dried this off, but there's still a little bit of moisture and it's like kind of pooling. This brush is probably at the end of its life cycle. This one is gonna have more working time because it's more straight. The bristles aren't going like crazy like that. There's a lot of air, like a lot of space in here, right? It's not conducive to a good experience, but I'm gonna try it out and see, and maybe I'll use the other one, right? So I'm gonna start by going in this corner right here. Let me show you. So I'm going to And I don't care because I'm going to paint the walls afterwards, right? So I can just crash into it basically, right? So I can just go like that. Now when I get to this edge right here, the key is to make sure you're not fussing with your wrist and trying to micromanage with your fine appendages, I guess you could say. Right? And then you want to work back into what you did and just make sure that you're not having any runs. I'm just even going to kind of fill it in the corner right there. And you want to smooth it out. Usually with trim paint, you kind of smooth it out over multiple times just to make sure you're not having any runs or anything. So I'm not doing much with my wrist at all, right? It's kind of, if anything, I'm kind of repositioning myself like so. And you know, you'll learn to use a good amount of paint, right? But you know, I'll kind of offload it a little bit extra right there. You can just learn to, ooh. Yeah, this brush is not good. I'm going to use the other brush. There's a lesson for you. I'm going to put this brush by the paint station. So I don't have the nicest line here, so what I'm going to do is take a rag and use my putty knife, and I have a wet rag, right? And I'm just going to kind of good. So now I can work back into it again. So, all right, better brush. Dip. Like that. And I'm being gentle. I'm not, the key, well, I mean, you can say that there's multiple keys. The important thing is that you don't push the paint. You don't plow the paint, you carry it. Right? It's always carrying. So I have it centralized. I actually didn't fill that in right there, that spackle spot. And just steady. The paint is centralized inside the brush. If you can feel, you'll start to get a sense of where the paint is inside the brush. But if it is on the edges a lot, if there's like, let's say like that, it's a lot of paint on the edges. That you have to like offload that and kind of create a reservoir and work back into it to make it workable. It's easy to make a mess with the paint. As you see, I just made a drip. So glob, push, right? And then, you seeing this here? Here. I'm starting away from the edge, and then I'm positioning the bristles. I'm not pushing, right? I'm gently, it's kind of like an aircraft landing, right? It kind of slowly swoops down, right? So I'm not pushing it towards it. I'm kind of going like setting and going, right? So the bristles kind of go like that. If I go straight, it's going to plow the paint and it's going to be uncontrollable. I'm going to create excess that gets onto the other surface. So I have enough paint in here, I can just keep going. If you don't create a nice line, go back into it. And I'm smoothing, I'm also, so the paint that I get onto the wall, I also want to smooth that out. I don't want to have hard edges because that will actually telegraph through. So I glob, push. I have a lot of light coming my way. And I'm just kind of dropping it once I have it set. I'm not micromanaging, I'm not fussing. Simple movements, right? And then the ridges that I'm creating with the paint on the wall, smoothing that out. And now we're gonna keep going. Again, you're not watching me at full speed. You're watching me in teaching mode. So just keep that in mind. There's a lot of sunlight coming through. Just be very aware of the mess that you're making with the brush. It's It's very easy for paint to just spatter out, drop, drip. All right, so I'm coming through here. You can go like that. Get in that corner a little bit. And as you're working with the brush, you'll find yourself making little micro adjustments, right? It's not exactly just straight down like that necessarily. Sometimes you're closing it in as you're going and just maneuvering the paint from the far side or the center towards the edge of the bristles that are bordering the cut line, right? So just keep that in mind. Sometimes people go like this. It just depends on how the paint is in the brush, right? Once you start to work with it and you're kind of working with it like how a hockey player dribbles a puck, you'll get an understanding of it. It's about balance and awareness, sensitivity. All right, smoothing it out. And check as you go down. Are there any runs? Are there any heavy spots where it's starting to pool and sag? Are there any areas that I didn't hit? Are there any, right? Was it not brushed in enough? You gotta be aware of that. Let's see if I can set this up a little farther away. There we go, that's better. All right. Offloading, I feel like there's a little bit more paint than I can utilize in this area. Oh, God. That light, that's what's killing me. Ugh. All right, so I'm gonna come through here. Ooh, baby. Yeah, it's like that. I'm not tense with my fingers or wrist, right? It's kind of firm, it's situated, right? I'm kind of coming down, right? And you're following through your body. That's the key. Glob, tap, tap, like I showed you. I'm not holding it because I'd rather just kind of keep it simple right now. So I'm gonna bring this down. Actually, I need to go to the other side. All right, boom. Again, simple movements. If you need to go back into it, go ahead. I'm not sure if I'm in the way. I was in the way. A little bit. Come up the other side. Set. Go. Smooth that out. Oops. Again, let me show you that technique. Oh, glob. So yeah, glob. Tap, tap. Tap it in an area that doesn't have so much paint. So I'm gonna come down. Smooth that out. Sometimes I wiggle, right? So the purpose of the wiggle is to try to get the paint from the other side or the center towards the edge so that you can actually make a cut line. Otherwise, it's just going to be, it's like no paint there and you have to go over it again, right? We're talking about very fine, small movements that you otherwise wouldn't really pick up on unless I mentioned it to you, right? Or unless I had like a super close up like that. See that? Like that. I'm not going the fastest, but you know, again, I'm just trying to teach you and talk at the same time. All right, so now I'm gonna hit this bottom portion, but at the same time I hit it, I'm also gonna hit the sill and then work my way down it. Let's see here. All right, I'll do a close-up shortly. So I'm going to start in this corner, and it's important to keep what's called a wet edge. So I'm going to cut into this corner right here. which means that you don't want to let the paint that start tacking up. You want it to either tack up or just start drying out right, because you'll see a difference in the sheen. So I don't care. I could just go like. Just don't want to make a mess. I don't want sags on the corners. It tends to sag a lot. So I'm just gonna hit like this. I'm also gonna hit this edge right here, all the way to underneath because it's kind of rounded. But yeah, I'm gonna want to make sure I have a wet edge if I get any paint on this face right here, too. Right? It may be a couple minutes before it starts to tack up. It just depends on the porousness of what's called the substrate, the surface that you're painting on, the kind of paint you're using, perhaps, the temperature, humidity, all those things kind of factor into how much working time you have with paint before you start to have what's happening on the ceiling, or, well, it had skips on the ceiling, but like a difference in sheen. You can see lap marks, you know, if it's starting to, if you didn't keep a wet edge on the walls, for example. And you just want to go slowly when you're starting to do this. Now, I'm starting to spread the paint. And then what I do is I want to keep it flat and just kind of feather. If I do like this, you're going to see more brush marks. So you want to angle a little bit, be gentle. And I'm going to work back into this. I need to complete it. I don't want to start halfway, right? Because otherwise you're going to see the difference in sheen. You're going to see where you started and stopped, right? You're working with a liquid, right? Simple movements, just follow through, like that. Let the brush do the work. The brush will tell you what to do with it. So what I'm doing right here is I'm kind of pushing. In fact, I'll show you a close-up. So when I'm working with the paint, I have a lot of paint in here. What I do is I'm kind of pushing it away, but I'm also kind of, it's trying to make sure that it's centralized and have the appropriate amount of paint in. You'll see me doing this when I'm painting walls and I'm in the inside corners. Anyway, so you see that? Hopefully you can see this well. If I feel that there's paint pooling, I'll pull it away and kind of take it at a diagonal like that. And I can still feel, you can see there's a lot of paint. It's kind of not, I'll kind of do that to kind of centralize it, reset it. And then, or, you know, if it's heavy, I might go like this. Spread them bristles. Like that. That's not a good example. You want to kind of, oh, fuck. Not good. But it's kind of hard to paint when you're on the camera. But now I'm coming back and I'm working all the way back into it. Just kind of going like that. Making sure I hit the underside, I complete the rounding of this corner, and then start on that trim piece. Now I'm doing this right here, right? It's like a common theme for this to start. I mean, you can even actually see it right here from the previous paint job. This is not even me. On corners, this is like it's not a nightmare, but it's just like, it happens all the time. It's kind of hard actually to prevent that on all the stuff that you do. You just got to be very diligent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of offload it. And you also want to be, I'm trying to get the underside here. I should really just take that off. It doesn't look good. I'm going to use my 5-1 tool or scraper like that. Anyway, so I got to really make sure that all of this under here, it doesn't sag. It will sag. It'll happen to you. You'll learn from it. You just got to really feather it out, you know. Use good paint so you don't need to, you know, if you use good paint, it'll cover well anyway. So, so I actually see some. Just work on those wet edges. Keep those wet edges. Let the feel of the paint dictate how you work. Don't try to don't try to like fit a square peg into a round hole. Right? Just learn to learn to situate the paint in the brush properly. And just have simple movements, develop sensitivity. And you definitely want to make sure, oops. It's actually kind of, all right. Be very careful. I'm working at the end of the window to where if I were to start working this edge again, it'll start to see the marks because it's starting to dry up and those brush marks will stay. But yeah. And just rework this and come back into it. It's really important that you not create sags because then you have to take all sorts of steps to redo that work. Right? So I'm just being diligent, just take an extra step, right? Of regard, of attention. And just go like that, you know? There's a little bit of, all right. This is where it tends to fool. Just avoid it. Avoid that mistake. Over time, you'll get quicker, right? See, it's a little bit, you see, even right there. You see that? That's what happens. You just take that off. You know, over time, you'll learn to simplify your movements, even probably more simple than I, right? Hopefully, you get better than me quicker. That's my goal. I don't want to be like the best painter. That's never my goal. My goal is to always get better. But I mean, am I ever going to be the best? I don't know. I think it's kind of subjective. All right. Anyway, so we have this done, right? Worked the perimeter and worked down. We kept the wet edge, right? And this is going to take maybe an hour or hour and a half to dry. It depends. If we have the fan on, it's going to dry quicker. We do the window first, and then we're going to start where we were starting before, that door wall on the right side. You can do the left side if you're right-handed or whatever your preference is. As long as you make sure it's consistent, you keep track. And we're going to start at the baseboards and then work up the trim, the door casings, whatever, and just continue in that direction until we hit that spot. And then depending on when it dries, we can just go ahead and recoat it again. We can actually scuff sand it and then recoat it. If it's still kind of wet, then we can just start doing the ceilings and making sure that's all prepped out before we start cutting that in and then rolling it. So that's what we have. All right, here I am. I'm loading it. I can kind of crash into the bottom a little bit. Don't get too crazy with it, otherwise you might actually start creating a big pool of paint in there. Push that tape down. Just be very careful. I will try to get the edge of this, even though you're probably never going to see it. Try to get as much as possible. It's a good habit to have. No, I already scuff sanded this. I didn't show that. But I already scuff sanded it, so just keep that in mind. So I just, even though there's no spackle, maybe just one spot, I still scuff the entire thing. And I'm kind of going back, and I'm always overlapping my work, and I'm always kind of working all the way over because I don't want those ridges or the sags. It's very careful. It's very. You see that? So you're gonna come over here. So the thing is, I want to offload this. I don't want to pool paint and push it or plow it towards this edge. It'll create runs all the way down these sharp corners. Very annoying to deal with. So what I'm trying to do is I'm kind of angling the brush, kind of gently airplaning it, airplane landing it. Right, and then just cruising. Yep, that's good. Keep going. And I'm kind of like going like, it's not like sharply hitting this side. I'm just kind of work it like that, you know, like work it over multiple times, smooth it out, make sure it's a homogeneous coat of paint. Maybe you want to crack this open to give yourself a little bit more space so you don't hit the door if you're not painting the doors, right? I don't need to right now. Like that. And there's a lot of paint, so I'm going to smooth it. Don't care if I hit this, as long as it's not a thick, you know, ridge. Oops. See, that would create a, that'd be fun. And often too, when there is like roughness in the trim, it increases the likelihood that you're gonna have sags. Like for example, if you're painting a wall and you use a roller on a spot that's like a bump that's protruding out, it's very likely that it's actually gonna pool and just start to have this thick drip underneath it. So just keep that in mind. And this is actually a previous sag, little drip. I'm just taking that off. It looks better without it. And then now I'm gonna get on a ladder. The tops of these sills, by the way, they need to be dusted off and maybe even wiped, just a quick wipe. A lot of this gets up there, and you definitely don't want to be painting trim. And you definitely do want to hit that top lip, right? It's a matter of, if somebody's on a ladder and they see it, it's not the best looking thing. So I'm gonna get on a little ladder. Of course, you can use your rolling scaffolding. I'm using just a little step stool, 2-step ladder. So this is all cleaned up. And I caulked on the top too. Some would argue if it's necessary, but just do it. Because if they're on a ladder, and it's good to have because if you, for example, are doing a room with high ceilings, like a tall living room, and let's say they have stairs above it, they might actually see it, right? So you just want to keep it a habit. You know, you can work back into the paint. So if you're having trouble like covering a little area, you can just go back the other way instead of trying to work the same direction over and over again. And door casings like that, you try to want, over time, take your time at first, of course, right? You must learn to walk before you can run. But actually, let me get this over here. But you, I would say like maybe, I would say maybe like 7 minutes for a door casing, if not a little less. You want to try to get it done within that amount of time. Don't rush yourself, right? The speed will come with proper form. As you get more sensitive with the paint inside the brush, you develop your room sense, right? Just the overall job flow, knowing what you're gonna paint, what you're not gonna paint, your paint etiquette. As you improve with all those skills, you naturally will get faster. You start to simplify your movements, think big picture. Always working back. I need more paint in the brush. And I'll create, sometimes I'll create a reservoir in the center. And what happens when you create that, and a lot of guys do that with a wall cutting in, they'll create a reservoir along the stretch of the ceiling, maybe like a 1/2 inch away or something, and they'll start again, and they'll carry the brush through, and it actually starts to pick up the paint that they left down and starts to work it towards the edge, right? And they have an angle like that. And that's a viable way to cut in, although I'm gonna what I'm teaching you is a simpler means of learning to develop sensitivity, because that's an extra step that you have to do. You can do that. That's perfectly fine, but it's another step in the process. And I'm going to show you some exercises, if I haven't already, to learn how to develop like a 360-degree sense of the paint inside the brush. I would have 2 gloves on, but I took one off because it was starting to stick to the duct tape. I feel like I'm kind of working this over a lot. I feel like I need to actually use more paint. So, you can see, it can often be easy to have paint pool. That's why we mask everything. So this should be scraped, but these door casings, I open the door and I tend to work from the very center and work out. Make sure this is tucked in. Gotta be careful. Trying to get that edge right there. That's how I work. Make sure you have your fans on so this stuff will dry quicker. So for this section, I'm going to try to get the paint off this side of my brush, so that I can come in and just work with it on one side. It'll make it easier for me. So what I'll do is I'll kind of like go like that, get all that. See how much paint there is in there, and then I'll just kind of tap it like that, something like that, just a little bit. I'll try to see if I can see how I'm kind of away from it. That'll do for now. All right, I'll get in that corner a little bit. It's kind of hard when you're filming, gosh. All right. And just continue working up. You know, half of a casing, 7 minutes, something like that. But that, it comes with time. Just do it correctly first. If you hold the tray while you're cutting, it can be very easy for it to just spill and, create a mess. You just tilt it. So with this, as long as the tape is tucked underneath the baseboards, don't really need to worry about the paint pooling. Just don't get aggressive into the corner. You can just kind of lay it on, right? You can also just lay it on the wall too, because it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna kind of offload it. Go. Maybe in that corner a little bit too. Get there. And just make sure you spread it well, right? Work it over multiple times, like that. Make sure you get some distance on that. You can go quickly with this, right? That's the beauty of it. Otherwise, you just have to cut in and maybe like use a drywall knife to pry it underneath. Pain. Don't need to do that. Like that. See that? Baseboards don't, in this situation, don't take nearly as long as the other kinds of trim. Just kind of work it back, make sure, check your work, right? Make sure it's not pooling onwards. And this goes, you have to do this before you do any other task. Let's say you put a coat of paint on the trim and you have to wait a little bit before everything fully dries so you can, or at least the window that you started with fully dries so you can start over and do the second coat. So in the meantime, I'm gonna put this away before I start putting my attention on the ceiling, start prepping that out for paint, right? Because that's what's gonna be painted next. So I have this. Just use this so I don't need to shake it up like crazy. I'm gonna open this up because I'm low on paint here. If there's like trace amounts of paint throughout here, it's gonna start to harden up, and when I'm working it, it's gonna work into the paint that and when I'm applying it, it's gonna have a bunch of like boogers and stuff. So I gotta make sure that I keep sufficient paint in here, and I'm gonna store this while I'm doing the ceiling. Right? Make sure again, get that out of the rim thoroughly. Make sure you clean the brush out so you're not like pushing paint back in from the brush, right? You're just carrying it up, you're taking it up, scooping it up. All right, put that there. Boom, boom. All right, that'll be good. Now, what I do is I swoosh this around, get a thick amount of paint everywhere so that it has a longer working time, like everything, right? I need to saturate it so that when I put the plastic on top, it won't dry out. All right, and also, put a good amount of paint in the brush too. So I'm going to take that plastic that I've used to mask this off. All right, so I got that. I'm gonna layer this over. I don't want a ton of air in it because the air will actually help dry it out. Something like that. Now I'll keep it like this, but I will also tape it. You can use blue tape, right? Since you're not moving around with it and it's easy to take off. But you need to make sure it's very easy for there to be openings, and you'll inevitably learn when you are storing painting equipment or paint period, that any like little thing, like just a tiny amount, and air will blow and get this up. You can't trust this the way that this is, right? You'll move around, a fan will come up, and it doesn't even, that doesn't even need to happen, right? The way that you situate it, you may actually leave just a little crevice in there and it'll start drying out the paint inside, and you'll start to have problems when you're trying to apply it, right? So just completely seal it up, right? So you may notice that we use a lot of tape on jobs. I do, at least. Maybe $30, if not more, per room is for tape. This costs $10 a roll. No joke. Duct tape is also not cheap either. The tan masking tape is more cheap, but there's limited uses for that. I'm just gonna go around. I'm just gonna make sure, right? So now I can store this for an indefinite period of time while I'm on the job. And I will be able to resume with the second coat, the second and final coat. I will actually I will do the baseboards is the last thing I paint before I start touching things up, so just keep that in mind. Now I put the first coat on. It's going to take a little bit of time for it to dry, even with the fans, but I'm going to spend a little time doing the ceilings because I'm going to paint that next, right? So I'm going to go around and work in sections, like square sections wherever I'm standing, right? And then I'll move it, make sure I overlap where I just last worked to make sure that I didn't skip any little areas, and then continuously scan the area, knock down any like thick rope lines where somebody painted it, put it really heavy. It was like a thick rope line. I'll hit those, any nail pops, any like boogers, etc. Things like that I'll knock down. Then I'll fill any nail pops. If there are protruding nail pops, right, where it's out, you have to scrape it off to expose the, the dip, the valley of where the nail or screw is, and then patch that. So for example, let's say that there is no nail pop in my immediate vicinity, but let's say there was one right here. I'd carve it out like that, like that, scrape it off. There's going to be some debris, so make sure that your putty knife is clean after that. Maybe have a rag or something. Take some of this, like that, and just leave it, right? Doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs a little bit to be a little bit proud, so you have something to sand down. Again, maybe you need to do 2 coats if it's like a really deep nail pop. Sometimes that happens, but otherwise it's just that simple of a process. I'm just taking that off. I should rub it out because I don't want to have to go back and remember to sand it because I really don't see much going on here. So let's say there's a rope line here. I'll go like this, and you'll see it kind of filed down. Sometimes they're bad enough to where I'll take some spackle and go all the way down it, and whatever. But taking it off. But yeah, aside from that, just make it smooth, right? That's the idea. I don't see anything right now, so I'm gonna pretend that I do see some things. Right, and let's say there's a little point right there. You want to work that quickly, right? It's systematized, right? You don't want to get sucked into the endless, making everything just like crazily perfect, because also the ceiling is going to get usually a very flat paint, which means that it's going to hide some imperfections anyway. If they're going like a really higher sheen paint, let's say if they're in a bathroom and it's going semi-gloss, you do want to pay a good amount of attention to the ceiling. The reason that you do semi-gloss on the ceiling, by the way, in the bathroom is because it repels moisture. Usually you're working with like a flat, maybe a matte finish on the ceiling. Sometimes people go eggshell, but usually it's like, we'll go over the sheens, by the way, but yeah, flat is like a really dead, porous result. So I want to emphasize, again, when you want to work in sections, work where you can, and work in square, manageable sections. The same way that we're going to roll, for example. And like I said, overlap and just keep track of where you are, right? Let's say, yeah, so just like I would just go down the line like that and just continue go like that. Just have a system, have a understandable, simple procedure for how to scan the walls and the ceilings. Now I'm going to prep this tray for the ceiling. The same exact thing as I did before, although I did this a little bit too taut. So this tray is a little bit deeper, so I'm gonna actually have to, I'm just cutting it to length, and then I'm gonna unfurl it after. sure to cut that cord. And then it's kind of a lot of paint. Now also too, don't mask where if this side, you see how this unfolds? It folds from the side that you'd be rolling on. You don't want that because then it's going to trap paint in it and make a mess and make boogers and stuff like that because it kind of gets in there and it starts to unfurl and it becomes kind of unmanageable. So I'm starting to run out of the duct tape, so I'm going to actually use the tan masking tape. Again, if this was weak paint or fresh paint, this would probably pull the paint off. But anyway, that should be good. Make it square, push it down. I'm just going to kind of push it, you know, where it's supposed to be. Roll it over, kind of keep it set so it has the same position. You can also do liners, but you know, it kind of another piece of equipment that you need to have, and oftentimes you'll run out. I mean, you can do either way, right? It's not going to hurt either way or another. All right, that's good. And I'm just going to take this. That'll work. All right, so I'm going to cut in the perimeter of the ceiling and also cut in like the fire alarm and also the smoke alarm, I should say, and also the center where the fixture is. And then I'm going to roll. And then afterwards, I'm going to, once that dries and before or after I do the second coat on the trim, I'm going to do the ceiling again in the second and final coat. So to cut in, I'm going to use two tools. The brush, right? You can use a 2-inch, 2.5-inch, whatever, to cut in, like for example, the smoke alarm, or sometimes there's things in the ceiling that like you just have to cut around, right? Instead of like being able to roll underneath or through. And then the mini roller. This, I prefer, this is not what I normally use. I think this is like a whiz roller. I use microfiber, and I use the Airworthy 9/16 inch nap. It holds a lot of paint. It kind of has like a body to it so that it's hard to bunch up as you're rolling it. That's what happens to rollers often, is that you'll be rolling, and then sometimes if you put too much pressure, or if it kind of, you know, situate it in a certain way, it'll start to tighten up, right? And it's hard to unfurl that unless you go like that on the wall. And that's obviously will create spatters and stuff like that. You just want something that'll work, right? And it'll kind of maintain its shape. And the Airworthy 9/16 inch ones are the best ones that I have used. And it holds a lot of paint. It's nice to use. I also use I think this is the Airworthy, it's called the Barracuda. These are cheap, right? And so you combine that, it's a complete system. And this is very adaptable to Wooster extension poles. They seem to have a very close relationship, and so in the overall, or the overview video that I showed you, I showed you how I was on a stool, right, or my rolling scaffolding, and I was just going alongside and just using it with my hand without an extension pole. But I'm going to show you how to do the extension pole one, because the other one is a little bit, I'll show you both, whatever. All right, so I got the ceiling paint, and again, this has been sitting for a while. I'm gonna mix it for a couple minutes, Best thing is to get a drill, of course, but often you can sufficiently mix it like this. Now, when, again, I'm going to open the lid and I'm going to pour it, and when I go like this, and I tilt it back up, I don't just tilt it back up, I tilt it and then go like that, diagonal, right? So that stream goes like that, turns to it, so it gets minimally on this side, and I can just wipe it easily, quickly. Another thing to note is that when you're working with two different kinds of paint and they're the same color, let's say the ceiling and the trim, they're often the same color, you're storing the equipment, right? And you might mix up one and the other. For one, when you're storing, you should label what that tray or brush is. Like, I put the brushes and rollers, I put them in these covers. One's called the paintbrush cover, and I think the other one's called the roller cover, I guess. Not only will I label that, but it's good to get a sense of the paint in terms of smell, right? Because you actually can smell the difference between, very easily, between a ceiling paint and a trim paint, and that will help. So just keep that in mind. All right, so I poured the paint. I got the excess paint out of the little lip. I put the lid on. I put the rag on, nailed it down to prevent the spatter from going everywhere. And now I have the tray. Now, mind you, this is a bigger tray than I was using before for the trim. Gotta get that out of there. So, oops, don't want to make a mess. So, I'm just going to show you really quick how I would do this. I'm not going to do the entire thing with the two-step ladder, I don't have the rolling scaffolding set up because there's not a lot of space in here to begin with. It's going to be hard for me to maneuver around a couple different sides. Otherwise, I'd be using that. So I'm just going to show you really quick how I do it on the stool, and then afterwards, I'm actually going to show you the extension pole strategy. But first thing, to load this up, let's say this is completely, there's no paint in this whatsoever. I would take plenty of time and just submerge that side in the paint, and just gently kind of gets massaged in. You have to spend a bit of time, and it'll eventually work itself in. I see some guys kind of like dunking it like that. It's arguable to me whether that actually makes it faster or works, but some guys will go like this. They'll put extra paint on so they can roll the entire thing in paint. That's a good idea. I sometimes do that. Drag some of the paint out of there, put it on the tray so I can roll the entire thing in. But I'm trying to saturate it, right? After a couple dips, it's going to start to have a full coat of paint that's going to hold. Okay, so for these corners, I only need to use the roller. I'm going to be crashing into the wall. I just want to make sure that I'm not creating, like with that trim that I was talking about where I was going to brush it onto the wall. I want to make sure that I'm not leaving thick lines that will kind of telegraph through the actual wall paint. I just want to make sure that that doesn't happen with the wall side either. So just keep that in mind, right? So I have this loaded up, right? When I'm working with rollers, I don't just go like this and lift it up like that, because you can see it's actually dripping. Any kind of roller, when you're rolling paint into it, always turn it 180 degrees. You have maybe like 3 to 8 seconds before you have to twist it over again, because, depending on the viscosity of the paint. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start right here. I'm going to start an inch or two away, offload it, and then work it in. And make sure you get those corners, the inside corners, get a good coat on it. You may need to put a little bit of pressure, not a crazy amount. And then I'm going to go over here. Again, inch away, kind of airplane landing it. And just kind of work it over. And then, always, the inside ridge, you want to feather that out too. The same thing with brushing, right? Always feather your edges. This goes quickly. Sometimes, by the way, you'll have an excess of paint that's on the, oops, again, like I said, it drips pretty easily. An excess of paint on the edge of it, right? And so, no matter even if you kind of offload it, it still kind of gets a thick ridge and kind of makes it heavy and kind of messy. So what I'll do sometimes is I'll go, if you can do it like this. Okay, yeah, so I would go like this and kind of twirl the edge of it to offload some of that paint. I do that sometimes. It just depends. With the Aeroworthy, it doesn't seem like I need to do it that much for some reason. And I'm working quickly with this, right? I can cut this room very quickly. So just follow me. And here's the thing. I am not putting much pressure at all. I mean, it's like, and I'm keeping my wrists relaxed, right? It's steady but relaxed. Better that edge. I'm going to have to continue going this way. If I was using my rolling scaffolding, it would go. Every wall, I only need to move the scaffolding once. I'm only putting pressure on that corner a little bit, just so I can make sure it gets coated with paint. But it's, you know, here, so I'm going to do that glob tap tap method. And so I'm going to wiggle it a little bit. There's definitely a gap underneath that it gives me a margin of error, so I can get underneath it. I don't mess with smoke alarms usually, just because it's like a safety thing, and it seems like just don't mess with it, you know, because it'll start beeping. And so I'm doing the glob tap tap. Now the thing is, when you're painting the ceiling, what can happen is that when you're brushing it in, there's going to be some paint that starts to pool on the front or the sides based on the nature of gravity, right? So you just got to be wary of that and just use the right amount of paint and work with it in a way that's not pushing it around, because if you're pushing it, it's going to start to pool, not only in front of your brush, but on your brush. Again, simple movements, follow through with the body. Feather those brush marks. It shouldn't take that long, you know. Obviously, I'm making it look a little bit easy. And since I'm going to be rolling the ceiling, I want to create more a distance from the edge of here. I want to have a margin of error. I don't want to have to roll only 2 inches away from here. So I'm going to kind of extend it more. And also, too, it's good practice to back roll your brush marks on the walls and ceilings. Doesn't matter so much on the ceilings, but definitely on the walls, and very especially in bathrooms, because you're close to the walls. It gets rid of those brush marks and makes the stipple of the rollers, it just maximizes it all the way to maybe ½ inch to the edge, right? And it looks better than if you were just brush it in and just roll it, you know, and hit within 2 inches. 2 inches is a wide area for brush marks. So I'm going to continue here. And this, you can go quickly with this, right? Again, I'm not pushing with my wrist, I'm not forcing anything. I'm working with the paint, and if I need to, I'm assertive with putting the roller into the corner. You know, it's not excessive force, it's just a little bit, you know. You can cut this room really quickly, right? So I'm here. Go back and forth a little bit. You will have to. You want to hit it at one side and go to the other side, just so they can get any like uneven spots. Sometimes they like caulk the corners, you know, and it's just they do a poor job of it. You shouldn't caulk these inside corners. You know, that's where it gets taped and mudded. Right. But anyway, sometimes you have really rough corners, and going one side is not going to suffice. Go the other side. Same thing with textured walls, right? If you cut in one side, it's not going to be enough. You have to go the other side to make sure everything gets covered on all sides. Simple movements. And also, too, again, as a reminder, you want to maximize the development of your room sense. Always think big picture, right? You're painting the entire room, right? And you have a procedure for the entire room. And you want to make sure that everything you do makes sense in terms of the steps before and after it. And also too, it's not just about what you're painting in the room, it's about what you're not painting. You get a sense of the obstacles in the room. You just have a holistic overall vision. And once you do that, you can go really fast. And you have to keep your movements simple, right? The more you kind of narrow down on a specific task and kind of get fussy with it, you lose that room sense, and it's going to make you take longer. It doesn't take long to cut in ceilings very quickly, like practically 5 minutes. But just go slowly, develop your paint sense. I actually hit this being a little bit clumsy, so what I'm going to do is just kind of feather that out. It doesn't matter because this is going to get 2 coats anyway, right? It's going to be completely covered. I do not recommend using a 2-step ladder for most cases. It makes it more dangerous and it takes longer too. It's not as comfortable either. I just been using it for so many years that I kind of developed a pattern of working with it. But it's like, I really shouldn't have done it so long. Rolling scaffolding is really ideal because you can set up your tray on it. And I forgot, I am going to show you rolling with the extension pole. So this is the 2 to 4 foot Worcester extension pole. This is the Sherlock, so you can kind of like, you can just kind of put it in. This one has threads in it, but usually you can just get like this, like will lock in to a little hole in the either the mini roller or the roller, the 9-inch roller frame. So this has a it locks here. You see these holes here. That's what it's meant for. But the idea is that this also has threads in it, so you can just screw it on like that. So it's 2 foot, but it extends to 4 feet. This will do most interior rooms. Sometimes you need a 4 to 8, and sometimes even further you need some sort of ladder. But the idea is I extend this. Here, let me show you real quick. Great. So 2 to 4 foot extension pole, right? I screwed it in, and same thing, the same procedure. You know, load it up, twist it 3 to 8 seconds before it starts to drip the other way, and I can extend it however far I want. I would say when working with this, you can go like this and go like that, but it's going to strain your shoulders, you're off balance, right? It's not the most pleasant thing. So you want to kind of roll with it with your body, right? You just wherever your body is the extent of where you can go, right? And it becomes very simple. You start to, there's no thinking behind it. You just kind of go and just flow with it. But let's say, for example, right here, I still need to cut this in. It's kind of hard to kind of dap the edge of it. Maybe you just kind of roll with it, not do that, and just kind of make sure you spread the paint as much as you can, and then get it into that corner. And then feather the edge like so. So you can do that instead, and you'll probably go just as fast, if not faster, than going on the ladder. And yes, you got to roll that. Probably going to do 3 coats on that. So here's the thing with the paint that I generally use for the ceiling. It is a dead flat paint, and I usually use a product called CHB by Sherwin-Williams. It's very cheap, it's very chalky, it has what's called a high build, so it just kind of builds up the surface and kind of hides some imperfections very well. Now with CHB in particular, since it's such a flat paint, oftentimes it's very easy to touch up even the entire wall and have it blend in. Now in certain very special circumstances where there's a lot of light, you may see it very faintly, but oftentimes you can just get away with it, you know, and I have. If I need to touch up the middle of the wall, for example, after rolling my coats of paint on. I am not concerned with the paint that I'm using either, that this is going to, let's say for example, I do 2 coats, and then it's still requires another coat to hide that, right? I'm not concerned about the flashing, you call it. So you're going to see a difference in sheen. It's going to stand out if you paint significantly, let's say like an inch, for example, into the wall. You may see flashing. Also depending on the light, which is like it may look a little bit darker, a little bit shinier compared to the rest of the wall, for example. So I'm not concerned with this specific paint. With walls, I'm definitely am. Even if it's like a matte finish, you definitely, you can't like paint a whole wall and then roll a little bit to cover the middle of the wall and expect it to not be visible, especially when you have like sunlight coming in, it's going to be visible. So with this, however, this particular paint has a special quality where you can get away with it. So I can pretty comfortably get this. Now, first, before anything, dust it off and make sure that these edges are relatively clean. Otherwise, it's going to start to get into the roller, start to bury into the roller and just become a hassle. All right, that's sufficient. Just be delicate, simple movements. You know, so much of developing as a painter or anything with technique is just have simplicity, right? And just get your whole body into it as much as you can. Once you start to get a feel for the simplicity, and applying that to each step, you start to have a simplicity towards the entire process, and it becomes fluid, right? And that's where you get really efficient. So next, we are going to roll the ceiling. We're going to use a 9-inch roller. You can use different size rollers, but so you saw me set up that tray. That is what's called a 9-inch tray, and we can use a 9-inch roller for that. We can't, there's other bigger rollers like 14 and 18-inch, and obviously you can go faster with that, but the advantage that I'm showing you with this system is that you can use the same tray to minimize the amount of things that you need to clean up, right? Because if we had like a 9 tray or like a Worcester Pelican, you know, that cut bucket that I showed you earlier as an idea to paint the trim with, you would have that along with a tray that you have to clean up. Or you have to have a liner with that, and you can throw out the liner, but again, you know, the liners are probably a little bit more expensive than just using plastic and tape. Arguably, and also it makes it simpler since you will have the plastic for sure just as a basic material that you need. If you start to use liners and stuff like that, it's just another material that you need to account for, and you need to make sure that the liner is compatible with the specific tray or cut bucket that you're using. They also make liners for cut buckets, by the way. Anyway, so let's roll the ceiling and I'll show you how to do that. I just wanted to show you this. See that the area where there was yellow paint, it's actually taking longer to dry. That indicates that it was a higher sheen. So when you are painting, it's good to, the level of sheen can indicate how fast your recoat time is going to be. If you're painting over a very surface, it's going to take longer to for it to dry, right? Keep that in mind. So sometimes bathrooms, it takes like forever to dry, like hours. So just keep that in mind. So after I paint the edges or cut it in, I'm going to load a bunch more paint in this, and then I'm going to get my 9-inch roller frame set up. All right, so I'm going to be using a 9-inch roller cage. This is a Worcester, I think it's called a Sherlock. It has that little thing. There you go. Yep, that'll click into a Worcester Sherlock frame. Very simple, very sturdy. And it also has this quick release feature, these tongs right here. So if you hit it, for example, with the extension pole right here, it'll release the roller cover really quickly, or you can bang it on just lightly on the lid or the edge of a 5-gallon bucket, and it'll take it off. So I'm using a new one. This is a 9-inch. This is Airworthy microfiber 9/16. It's a good standard to use on any ceilings or walls. I wouldn't use it on doors. I would use a finer shorter nap because it's going to leave less of a texture. But every time you use a new one, you're going to delint it. So you wrap it. You can either wrap it or you can take a big strand of it and then like put this on the roller frame and just go up and down while you're holding the ends. Maybe one's like right here and you're just going like that. Just going all the way up and down it. But this is a more viable way that I have been doing it for a long time. Companies have shown me to do this, so that's what I do. Overlapping. Squeeze it. Trying to get all the loose lint off so it's not going to get on the wall or ceiling in this case. Come on now. Where's that at? Airworthy rollers shed less than the average roller. Like for example, the Purdy Colossus, in my experience, sheds a lot. I mean, that's not a lot. Very little. Other rollers are just like, it's just totally saturated with lint. It's the best roller type that I know of at this moment. So this is not the final step. So you put it on, but you take some clean water. We have a clean water bucket, and lightly dampen it, right? You're gonna dampen it and massage it in, get it inside the fibers too. The idea is that this is going to help pick up the paint a lot easier. Very important. Okay. Also, keep in mind, this has a nice taper on the edges, right? So there's less problems with like creating ropes as much. So that's a thing. All right, so we delinted it. We dampened it with water, tried to get it into the core as much as possible. And now we're ready to roll the wall. So we cut the perimeter out first. And this is a very dead flat paint. If we're using a higher sheen paint, it's even more important to try to keep what's called a wet edge, which means that as we're making our perimeter cut, we want to make sure that we blend in the edges and not work into like dried or very tacky paint, because that will cause a sheen difference. You'll actually be able to see the lap marks between the paint that you worked in that was fresh and the stuff that you worked into that was tacky or dry. It's usually not a problem though. I don't want to scare you, but like if you're working with semi-gloss, you probably want to like work as you're cutting, or just roll really quickly right after you cut. So, first order of business. All right, the first thing I'll do, just kind of submerge it a little bit. You know, don't go crazy, don't dunk it. You definitely don't want to dunk it because it'll actually get inside the roller frame and it'll start to create a huge mess, drips, rope lines, things like that. Just be patient, just let the paint work itself into the roller. Eventually it will, but at the same time though, it'll only be after maybe a couple or 3 dips in rolling it that it will actually be primed, I guess you could say, where it's actually going to hold an amount of paint where you can actually stretch it pretty far. All right, so that is good. See, it's dripping, right? It wants to drip right when you end it, so always rotate it. Around 3 to 8 seconds, you know, before you have to turn it over again. This kind of paint is a little bit more, less, I wouldn't say less, I don't know, I'm not sure, less or high viscous. It's a little bit more watery, I guess, a little bit more runny, right? So it's going to be on the other side of that spectrum. Better wall paint is going to be, well, I wouldn't say better wall paint. I would say wall paint in general or trim enamel. Although you're not going to really roll trim so much. It's going to not run as much. So, I'm going to start again, not at the very edge. I'm going to start here. I'm not going to start in the corner because I will have an excess amount of paint in there that I can't, there's nowhere for me to work it out. So you can't start too close to the edge, right? Because you need an amount to feather it out to make sure it's like a homogeneous, even coat of paint. So I'll start, let's say right here, for example, away from here, right? But also away from here, maybe 6 inches or so. Down. And now, same thing with the mini roller, right? But I'm moving with my whole body. And watch your feet, right? So I want to keep my face, I don't want it underneath where I'm rolling. I don't want my face underneath where I'm rolling. I want to be beside the roller because this produces a lot of spits. And just kind of rock with it. You're rocking with it with your whole body. You're not doing such fine stuff like this, right? You're just kind of letting the paint just kind of lay itself down and then feathering it out, right? And just get your body into it. Rock with it, right? That wasn't a big stretch, right? So I'm going to continue going. I'm going to load it up, you know, roll it into the rolling tray maybe 5-6 times. Since I'm still trying to get the paint into it, it's going to be a little bit less as I go. Now I'm going to go this way. All right, so, and actually I can stretch this all the way to the end of this line right here. Don't try to stretch so much. Just kind of keep your body and your arms all kind of within a position where, you know, it's the same thing. You're just kind of moving your feet even, right? That's what's doing it, right? So, a few times. Again, always rotate that roller. Now, it's kind of, there's some stuff in the way, but I can still do it. So, again, start right here and start either on the line or a little bit into where you just last worked. All right? I'm just kind of feathering the paint out in accord with how I lay it down, but always work back into the section that you just did. You want to always blend it in, make sure that there's no skips. I almost never have to worry about, you can extend this too, by the way, this could help. I almost never have to worry about what's called skips or laps, lap marks, or not lap, skips, also called holidays. So, in fact, I can just kind of be away from the roller and just be in this kind of position, right? I'm not pushing the paint. I'm not forcing it out of the roller. I have the mentality of carrying it. Like that, you see? Working back into it. If this is a glossier paint, I try to be a little bit more careful about ending my rolling stroke in the same direction every time and then going down the entire way, you know, like this at the very end after I've applied the paint, because I want to make sure that the texture, it all blends well. With this kind of paint, you don't really need to worry about it. It's so flat. It hides so much. Like this is actually a local paint company that makes their paint an hour away, but it's branded for the specific paint store. It's called Anderson Paints and Company, and it's called, I think, Highlight. This is actually the first time I use this, but it's very similar to Benjamin Moore ceiling paint, and that's maybe the best paint for the ceilings that I know of. CHB is the best value, in my opinion, and those are both chalky, dead flat paints that hide a lot. So, I continue to do this, right? I'll do some B-roll of me rolling. I'm going to keep going like that, laying it down, getting the excess off of the perimeter of the roller. I'm not forcing with my shoulders or elbows or anything. I'm just trying to get into a rhythm. Let's see. Looks like that. You also got to be careful. There's a strand, so it looks like there's a strand either from the roller or some other place that got into the paint. I wouldn't be surprised if it was from the roller, but it's, at the same time it is kind of surprising. This doesn't shed much. So, all right, I rolled this so I see, and always work back to the oldest wet edge. Whatever the oldest wet edge is, you want to work back into it. So, I'm going to bring this lower, and then you don't want to be sliding the paint across, right? You want to be laying it down, you know, in a smooth fashion. Always feathering either side. Getting more. I'm going to extend it a little bit. And the light helps me to see where I ended. You know, so oftentimes the color is very similar. So you want to use a light. And honestly, when I'm rolling, I don't want to be going back and forth. I mean, even the way that I'm moving right now feels a bit much. And so it may make a lot more sense to work in more square sections rather than long lines, or like rectangular sections as opposed to long lines. You have to first start with what's comfortable, right? You don't want to do something that feels unnatural, because if it feels unnatural, it likely isn't even the most efficient way to do it. So, now another important thing, you see how I'm rolling this. There's only one window in here, and that's informing how I'm rolling. I want to roll in the direction of prevailing light. It's very important. You always want to roll where the prevailing light is. If you're in a room and let's say it faces south, we're in Michigan, right? So that means that we're on the north side of the equator. So anything on the south side is going to prevail, in generally speaking, right? So I always want to roll wherever that is, because I want to try to hide the lap marks as much as possible. I don't want to have a bunch of lap marks where the light hits it in a certain way. It's not in parallel with it. It is more likely to reveal those lap marks. I'm not concerned about this kind of paint, but again, there's other kinds of paint that are out there that you may use where that's going to be more susceptible. All right, so I'm looking. Let's see, I want to make sure I get around here. I want to skip around there. What you can also do is go like this, right? You don't necessarily need to have a continuous line as long as you work back into it, right? Work back into it. This is not the most comfortable thing to do. Now, I'm going to come over here and complete it. Try to rock with your body with it. Go slow at first, right? I'm probably even rushing right now trying to show you. If you have stuff like little gunks in the ceiling from this paint, I wouldn't worry about it so much. A lot of times you could just kind of file it away with a 5-in-1 tool or even sand it away. Because you might take too long to try to alleviate that, at least when you start off. There's a couple things that I see on the ceiling. I'm going to take care of it myself right now. Honestly, what I'll do is, like, sometimes I'll just go like this. Where was that at? Right here. Actually, that wasn't even me. That wasn't even me. But so like I was saying about the prevailing light, if, for example, the window is here, I would roll parallel to that if there was only one. If there's two windows, whatever the one that receives the most light throughout the course of the day, roll parallel to that. And we do 2 coats on the ceiling, by the way. And you want to be very cognizant about the not putting too much weight on one side of the roller versus the other, because that'll create ropes, as in thick lines of paint, right? That will just harden and become promising or prominent, broadcast on the wall. You don't want that. You also want to apply evenly, right? Don't try to force coverage. It's not a good idea. Working back into it. And if you're painting over an existing flat surface, it dries really quickly. So just keep that in mind. I'm actually going to come this way. Look at this over here. Okay. So it's very comfortable just to kind of stay in your local area like this, right? And just go wide with it. It's probably faster even. I just want to finish that line and just definitely see how I'm working back into the paint that I recently applied, right? Shouldn't take long to paint a ceiling that's this big, right? Again, just get the technique down, get your body kind of aligned with it, and then the speed will come. It's like how like weightlifters will, and you keep seeing how I'm trying to keep my head to the right of where I'm rolling. I don't want paint on my face. It will spatter. But like for example, a weightlifter, they'll say, just get the form down and the weight will come. I think you can apply that to anything in life. Pretty much everything as far as I can think of. So, I'm going to come over here. Alright. Again, just keep doing it. Bada bing. And don't, just slow down when you get to the edges, Let your body determine how fast you're going on each section of the wall, right? So at this point, my roller is just so sopping. Or it's not sopping, it's saturated with the paint. Right, it's working well. So again, I'm gonna come here. Well, I'm gonna start right here actually. All right, footwork. The foundation of boxing, for example, is footwork. It's not like what you're doing so much with your arms, right? It's your positioning, your body positioning that determines how you can box, right? How you can defend yourself, how you can throw punches, how much power you can put into it. In respect to footwork, it has to do with balance. With painting, right? You want to maintain a sense of balance and kind of harmony with the movements. And part of that is so that you're not going to hurt yourself or kind of stress. I very seldom have any sense of like tension or carpal tunnel ever, right? I'm pretty loose with it, and I can go a long period and I don't even feel tired in my hands or even shoulders, right? If anything, it's in my legs from like squatting a lot. All right, so So I'm getting close to being underneath it. I'm going to rotate it so my face is not there. All right. See, this is getting done pretty quick, you know. This is the first coat, and we're putting 2 coats on everything. You see it. All right, looks like right here. Well, actually, the last wet edge is over here, so I should probably go like this. Now, obviously, this is a wrong way to roll with respect to the other lines or runs that I was making, but I'm going to end it by making the correct roller direction, right? Like that, right? All right, first coat is done. And now I decided to roll the first coat before I did the second coat on the trim. Now, with this kind of paint, I could have very well just cut in or just like scanned the ceiling, fixed some imperfections, right? And then I would have been ready to put the second coat on the windows. Or I could have even cut this in, right, before I finished the trim. And I honestly should have done that to show you. But I was in the mode of showing you how to do this. You should try to get the trim done as quickly as possible. The trim is going to take a little bit longer to dry than the ceiling, because you're going to be painting flat on flat, right? That dries quicker. It's porous. So the goal would be really to complete the trim as quickly as you can. So I'm going to do the trim right now, but have it in your mind that as soon as the trim is dry is when you should start doing the second and final coat. So this all has 2 coats. Now what I'm going to do is going to protect the sills by putting this above. Now, here's the thing with this. There is no trim around this door except for inside here, right? So I can actually just oops. I can just take this down, and I probably will put this on the window. Now put it on the trim and just take it down like that, right? And then afterwards, just kind of fold it up. Right? So that will help a lot. It's a way, right, that it's all tucked in over here. I can also, if I were, for example, working with a window that had trim around the space, I don't want to put this tape right on paint that I just painted within, at least without waiting overnight. So what I would do is I would put it over the top. Let's say, with these door casings, for example, right? There's a lip on the top. I told you to brush off and or wipe down with a damp rag. So we're going to utilize that, and we're going to put the tape along the top of the window, right? Because even if like that's an area that's inconspicuous, right? So if something happens with that where it takes the paint up, we can just touch it up, right? So I'm not worried about the top of that because that's not something that people are going to really like pay attention to. So it'll angle up and it'll flange down. Just be wary that when you have fans on, this will actually wobble back and forth potentially. So just keep that in mind. So every time that you paint a coat on and you're trying to keep the setup for the next and final coat, you want to make sure you take care of everything in here. So, for example, this roller you want to fill up with paint, plenty of paint, and then put it in this roller cover. It's the paint roller cover you can find at Home Depot and Lowe's. Put it in here and close it up, right? The cinch is not the most durable, and you definitely don't want to like transport it in your car like this because it will like unfurl. Maybe you want to put some tape and wrap it around a little bit. You can also at the same time, you can try putting in the mini roller at the same time, you know, because there's this like foam thing. You put them both in and try to cinch them up. Maybe it works, maybe it won't, depends. And then this, there's also, you know, fill them both, everything up with paint because you don't want these things to dry out. If it has a little paint in it, it will dry out. So, and with the brush, just swoosh it around, get a thick amount of paint in there like that, and then put it in the paint brush cover. And just to reiterate, every time you are going to store a paint tray, put more paint into it, right? And then make sure that you put, you brush paint or roll paint into the tray itself, the roller part of it, so everything gets saturated because you don't want like just trace amounts of like really thin amounts of paint drying up quickly because it's going to dry quicker than, for example, the actual paint that's like the puddle of paint, right? That's important. Otherwise, you may very well just have to replace the plastic. And you may have to do that anyway, depending on how long you wait. All right, now we're ready for the second coat. It's dry, and we want to paint it immediately after it's dry. So, first thing, scuff it up. Again, just a light scuff. You know, get the corners, stuff like that. Look to see if there's any drips that you may have made before. I don't see any that I've made so far. You know, just go quick, you know, just scuff it up. Boom, boom. All right, make sure it's all clean. Now we're gonna do the second coat. So we're gonna start with the window like we did the first time, and then go back to that wall on the relevant side that we did, and keep going. And keep in mind, when you're painting on a fresh coat of paint, it tends to slide a little bit easier, unless you're painting like a flat coat of paint on. Don't ever have your brush look like this if you can. There's too much paint, it's on the ferrule, it creates a mess. But I wasn't responsible enough to keep it appropriately clean. See how I don't start exactly on the edge, right? Because I'm feeling that there's too much paint to just start right on the center. Just always be working like you don't want to be fussy, right? You want to make simple movements where you're always kind of going forward with the process instead of like, I don't know, let me try to do that again. Maybe I need to focus, maybe I do it. To wiggle a bunch of times or something like that. Simple. Just feather that out. Looks like I didn't hit this. And sometimes, you know, you can, if it's like 1/8 of an inch or even up to 1/4 inch, you can get away with doing one coat. It just has to look right. And sometimes when you do a first coat, it makes where you need to cover easier, right? It makes everything seem more visible, so you can make sure you hit the second coat. So it may not be perfect, your first cut, right? It's okay. As long as you get really close, you'll be all right. And the most important thing when you're painting, when you're learning how to paint, is the simple movements, developing the feel, and allowing your whole body to be involved in the process. But you have to start with it. You have to tell yourself, like, look, I don't want to fuss. I just got to keep my movement simple, and my body will naturally become more comfortable with it. Again, getting underneath, spreading the paint wherever it's likely to sag on these corners and underneath things. Spread the paint really thin first. Well, not really thin, just spread it out. You know, just make sure you don't leave so much opportunity for sagging. So now we did the windows, and now we're going to start at that wall and work our routine way. We're not going to do the baseboards though. Now, in this room, it's literally just 2 door casings and the window besides the baseboards. So that's all we have to do on this wall. And then after that, we'll continue with the ceiling where we left off. And after that, we'll do the walls, and then we'll do the doors. And if we are going to, we're going to do the closets. So I find that when I'm rolling, I keep the weight of it on the back end of my hand, and this is more of just a guide, right? And I'm just kind of moving. Like I said, you know, you're kind of rocking with it, but it's like if you need to extend it a little bit, you know, it's kind of coming from the back, and this is just kind of there. And then you're just kind of using your body to maintain the pressure, right? You're not really forcing with your hands. You're just kind of letting the position of your body apply just the right amount of pressure to the wall. You're not like pushing it. Again, you're not trying to force the paint. You're not trying to push the paint. You're trying to carry the paint from the roller, right? As you're applying more and more paint down the wall or the ceiling, you'll start to feel that you need to get the paint out of the center of the roller if you want to keep, you know, going with the roller. But again, you'll just feel it out. You don't force it. You just learn how to carry it. So my body, when I'm moving, right, the firmness is coming mostly from the bottom hand. This is more of a guide. So watch. You can actually do it like this, but you're just trying to keep this from falling and just making sure that it's in line with this hand. But the pressure is not coming from this top hand. The pressure is coming from how my body is positioned. It's just in the right position to roll this evenly. And the bottom hand, if I'm extending far, we'll just extend and push a little bit farther, right? But generally you want to keep it in a consistent, you know, movement and system. All right, when you're done with this, use a 5-1 tool. There's a lot of paint that gets in here. Oops. Just make sure you overlap to make sure that you actually get the paint out. Otherwise, if you try washing this out, it'll take forever and you're going to sacrifice a lot of paint. Ay, ay, ay. Roller's kind of tough. Just squeeze it close to the center. Yeah. Ay. Put your body into it. Alright, so once I get the paint out of here, I usually put this in my wash bucket. Not the rinse or clean water, the wash bucket. And mind you, these buckets are filled maybe a third with water, definitely less than half. You don't want it splashing around like crazy. And then sometimes I will wash in the wash sink, but I won't wash it unless I have something called a wash box, which is basically kind of like a sink within a sink. If I use the wash sink, oftentimes, especially with darker colors, it'll get into like there's like cuts in the wash sink or like the paint that gets into it, and it's like impossible to get out of it. And also sometimes for some reason, even if there's nothing like that and it's just like a clear, clean plastic wash sink and dark paint gets on it, it's like I can't get it out for some reason or another. Even if I use like denatured alcohol or something to kind of try to wipe it out, it just doesn't work. So I try to avoid any paint getting into any surface of the clients, even if it's just a wash sink that's meant for that kind of thing. So I'll use something called a wash box. It's like I put it in and it drains the water down into the drain, but you have this kind of little sink that goes inside the wash sink, or you can even use like a kitchen sink for it, and you can just clean whatever you need out of there. It's a little bit small for something like this, although you can make it work. But usually I like to bring it back to my house or my shop, whatever, and clean it up. So I have completed the trim, and then the ceiling has a second coat, and that is drying right now. Make sure you have fans going on so that the drying can accelerate, because that top line around the ceiling, right, that's going to be still wet. We need that to dry as quickly as possible so we can start cutting in the walls. But before we actually paint the walls, just like with the other surfaces, we're going to patch and just make the walls smooth. So I'm going to start over here, that same area, right, systematically, and then I'm going to scan with a nice, pretty strong LED light. This is a Husky. I'm not sure what lumens it is or whatever, but when I'm shining it, I'm going to just start and go ahead right above this door casing and just see and scan for imperfections. I see a little bit of a thick, looks like it was, yeah, it was just like a rope from Roller Mark there. And I'm just going to scan. I'm just scan from the bottom, right? I'm going to scan in square sections, like 2 by 2 or whatever. Just make sure it's manageable, and just do it in sequence, right? Or whatever. Just create a system for yourself. But you want to shine this on the side. If you do this, you're not going to see everything. But I'm going to show you kind of how this looks. So typically I hold this in my hand and I hold these at the same time, kind of thing. If not, you can just kind of set it and just angle it upwards if it's like close, if you're near the floor and you're doing it, you're scanning. Just like that, a little bit of a ridge there, knock that down, get it off the knife, and you just want to go like that, and that should be good for like really minor little dings and stuff like that. For nail holes and stuff like that, you might need to kind of not put so much pressure and don't angle your knife. It really comes down to the angle of the knife. If you're trying to make it more proud and trying to cover it in one coat of spackle, angle the knife a little bit more down. Maybe you'll need to do another pass to kind of make it how you want. But for nail holes, like right here, for example, I'm going to, first of all, scrape this little rope just to kind of get it down. And then, just like that. That's all you need to do for nail holes. There's ridges and stuff like that. There's one right here even. I'm just going around. I'm scanning up. I'm working in square sections to make sure that I'm not skipping my attention. And that's going to be it. So now I'm going to come the next couple feet over. And when you're spackling, if you have like ridges or little bumps and stuff where there's like a nail hole or a ding that you're trying to spackle, it's going to create this ridge, and it's going to create an uneven spackling. So you need to make sure you scrape that down before you actually hit that. All right, scrape that down. And this shouldn't take so long. You can go around a whole room in 10 minutes Just depends on the level of prep work though. There we go. All right, on to the next wall. All right, so again. All right, starting low here. Anything I need to scrape up, go like that. A lot of roughness to these walls. And then just like that, scrape. And the most important area, you want to pay attention to all of the wall that you're trying to paint over, but the most important areas that capture the most attention from a client's eye is, I would say, around knee height all the way to somewhere like that, maybe a foot or two below the ceiling. That window right there is where a lot of imperfections become apparent to clients. The entire wall, for example, will be noticeable in terms of imperfections if you have sunlight coming in. Sunlight really is like a day or night kind of revealing of imperfections, and especially when you have even very minor busted seams or poorly finished drywall that doesn't look smooth. So the wall doesn't look smooth. The daylight is going to make that stick out like a sore thumb. So you just got to pay special attention when you're in a room where there's a lot of sunlight or there's a particular wall that's getting a lot of sunlight. Anyway. There's a rope right here. So there's like a rope line right here. I'm gonna go like that to smooth it out. A little bit of a nail pop right there. I'm just gonna kind of carve it out in a circular fashion. Don't go too crazy with that. Done. You want to relegate, if it's very minor repairs, you don't, 10 to 15 minutes for a bedroom, It's not that much. Now I'm wiping, so you may have been noticing, I spackle, right? Let's say I spackle this, right? I have excess on here and I'm going to wipe more excess on the knife. Let's say, you see it was pooling on the sides, right? That's what happens. And so it's the same thing when you're working with drywall knives. You want to wipe the back of the trowel or knife. And you want to wipe the back of the putty knife when you're spackling, because that will create a mess, right? It'll make it hard for you to actually do your job. So coming down here. All right, scanning square areas, right? Overlap your attention. Nail hole, done. Another nail hole. This LED light really brings things into focus. That's all I need to do right there. All right. And these walls, these walls tell a story, The more you do it, the more you'll realize how walls came to be what they are. It's easy to pick up whether it was a DIY job or, let's say, a house has been a rental for a long time. It just becomes obvious. So you see that this is where a drywall anchor was, or a thick screw. There's paper sticking out from when they pulled it out. So I'm using the metal, the beefy end of this right here, going like that, indenting it before I like that. That's good. I'm leaving it a little bit proud, like I said, right? So I have something to sand down, right? And also the edges are quite feathered out, so I don't need to spend so much time getting those edges down. Okay, so like that. Going. Again, I'll scrape that, turn it. That should be good. If it's a thick nail pop or it's a deep drywall anchor, there's a good chance you'll have to do 2 coats, right? Just the way it is. Don't fuss with it. Just go back and put blue tape if you have if it's like 1 or 2 spots on a wall and you want to keep track and make sure that you don't paint over something that only got 1 coat when it should have gotten 2 coats of spackle. So I'll put, okay, this is a really deep nail pop. I can't paint this until I get the 2nd coat on, let it dry, and then sand it. So I'll put a piece of blue tape on the wall right next to that repair. All right, so this is an imperfection that's very common. You see that there's kind of like a ripple crack that's in a line across these outside corners. You see that? So these corners, these outside corners are reinforced with something called corner bead. Outside corner bead, this looks like it's metal. Sometimes there's paper face and sometimes they're plastic that kind of have some give to them. But with the expansion and contraction of the house, these tend to crack, right? It just kind of busts out. So in order to fix this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 5-in-1 tool, and then I'm going to kind of get in that crack. And just get up to where it ends, right? I'm kind of V'ing it out a little bit. And clean it up. That's a really important thing. Make sure that's all clean. And I'm just going to spackle it. And while I'm spackling it, I'm going to kind of build it up and make it a little bit more even across, because oftentimes, because these corners, when they're installing the drywall on the framing, they will finish the corner where they put the corner bead on, and then they'll apply drywall mud to what's called float it out, or just finish it, which means that they're trying to make it smooth and flat to a certain flatness across the wall, right? And they should extend this out like, I don't know, 10 to 12 inches or so. But oftentimes the drywall finishing is not very good. And so sometimes, when I have an opportunity, if it looks really bad, I'll do something with that. But right now, I am just mainly trying to fill this crack and make it seamless. But I do also see that after this crack has occurred, it's kind of caused like a little uneven, it's caused kind of like a relief, So I want to make that a little bit smoother while I'm at it. I'm kind of fussing here. I want to try to minimize my movements. So I'm going to feather that edge like that, put pressure, go like that in this case, and then just kind of, and I could probably just sand that down really easily. So that's a little bit of a fussy kind of thing to do. But this will dry. This will take a little bit longer to dry than your typical nail hole fill in, but yeah, so anyway. All right, so you can see imperfections in the corners are one of the most common things, right? There's often like significant cracks or things that you just need to kind of smooth out. So this is an example right here. There's a big relief there, and 1 coat of spackle may not do it. And I probably will need to use a bigger knife to take care of that, like a 6-inch knife, for example. Maybe I'll do a 4-inch knife on it and then float it out more with the 2nd coat with a 6-inch knife. Now the thing is, ordinarily that kind of thing, maybe you want to use some drywall mud. You would want to use something called quickset mud. It's set in a certain period of time. For that situation, for like a DIYer, I would recommend like 20-minute. If you're a professional and you can work quickly, you can use 5-minute mud if it's just like that one area or like a couple areas like that. And that will set quickly. Now the thing is though, and I wouldn't do it in this situation because I'm about to paint the walls. The advantage of using spackle, if you can do it with something that's pretty small. If you have a big crack that's like bent, you know, it's like that, and you need to float it out, you want to use drywall mud. Spackle is not conducive to that. Spackling is mostly for patching. But I can get away with using spackle in that little small-ish area. Anything bigger than that, I would try to use drywall mud. But the thing is if you use drywall mud, it holds moisture for a longer period of time. Which means that especially if you have multiple spots like that, you probably will not be able to paint the same day because that moisture will cause the paint to bubble up even after you prime it and after you paint it. So, spackle has less moisture in it and you can paint the same day pretty much always. Now, there is a circumstance in which you can paint a wall the same day after applying mud. Now, if it's not a crazy amount of mud, you can take a heat gun to it and it gets to a very high temperature. You hold it pretty close. You kind of do circular movements with that to make sure that you're not overheating a specific spot. You may even bubble up the existing paint beside or underneath the mud. So just be careful. But you can get to the point where it's just, you know, the mud is just all white. It's pretty much fully dry. Maybe not completely, but pretty much dry. And then you can sand it, prime it, and paint it, and you shouldn't have any problems. So that's only a particular circumstance. If you have a lot of spots like that, it's going to take too much time for you to sit there with the heat gun. So the first order of business with this is to scrape it down as much as you can. If there's ridges, definitely get that down. All right. Looks like a busted corner bead. So you apply it and then smooth it out like that. That'll serve as my first coat. I'm not going to fuss with it. I'll sand it to where it's not going to leave hard edges and it's going to make it more difficult for me to do the second coat. But since it is the second coat, I want to make sure I remember it. Put a piece of tape there. Now, so here's the thing. I could cut in this wall. Let's say I go around, do all the spackling, I sand all those spots, and I still have to put a second coat on this before I can sand it and then paint over it. What I can do before then is cut in the first coat on the wall. I can cut it in. Because usually what I teach people is to cut the wall and roll it before you cut the next wall and roll that. That is so that you can maintain a wet edge. These days, it's not so much relevant to do that, but if you, for example, don't have the habit of cutting and rolling the same wall. So let's say if you're applying a lower quality paint, let's say you get from a big box store, and it's a higher sheen like a satin or semi-gloss, if you don't have the habit of cutting the wall and rolling it, you may incur flashing on the wall. Higher quality paint like Benjamin Moore with a lower sheen like eggshell or below, it's not so much a factor. You can actually cut it. I know companies who will cut in the walls twice and then roll twice after that. So they're overlapping their cuts after they've dried, and it's not producing any noticeable flashing. Flashing, or also known as haloing, is where you could see a differential in the sheen around the perimeter where you cut versus where you rolled and where you ended the roll. Because that's what happens. You want to coat the entire wall all at once, generally speaking. Now, higher quality paints, like I said, it's not so much relevant anymore. They're able to kind of hide that effect. But if you have a lower quality paint with a higher sheen, you want to have the habit of cutting and rolling the wall before you move to the next one. But this only applies, this really is relevant to when you're doing the final coat. If you're doing the first coat, you can cut it and just let that to fully dry, because you're going to roll that and you're going to put a brand new coat on top of that and cover up whatever flashing there may be there. So just keep that in mind. So I can, let's say, cut and roll each of these walls, and maybe I'll just do the first cut on this while I'm gonna wait for the second coat of spackle to dry. And once that is dry, then I'll come back and I'll roll it after that's all done and sanded. I'll roll that, let that dry, and then I have to come back at some point and then cut and roll this wall all at once. And again, just to stick with the theme of simple movements and thinking big picture, right? With this, so this is building up on the edge, by the way. So this is going to dry quicker. It's going to create crumbs. So I want to go like that. I may want to put a little bit of water in this to kind of make it a little bit more liquidy and workable. So just to reiterate, right? I'm not doing crazy stuff with my wrist. I'm not doing and stressing it out, right? I'm just looking. Let's say there's a little, let's say like right here, right? It's about footwork, right? Positioning with your body. And you just get it into a rhythm, right? I'm scanning, right? I'm starting below here. And I'm just moving up. Very simple movements. I'm not trying to fuss with my wrist, right? Right. I go up, okay, move. And I can come down like this, right? Or I can just kind of go like this, right? It's just good to kind of work where your body is already. So let's say I'll take this nail pop up. And also too, when you're scraping and creating debris, crumbs and stuff off the wall, keep the spackle away. And also the case with drywall mud. So if I'm trying to carve out this nail pop right here, it's right here, I'm gonna keep this away. I learned this lesson the hard way. All right, moving along. And it doesn't take this kind of process, it doesn't take that long. I mean, you can go through a room 15 minutes easily. There's a lot of bumps on this wall, more than average, I would say. I would even you see I'm doing this. Well, you can't exactly see it, doesn't matter. I'm just kind of going. Kind of follow through with the body even, Boom, boom. Now, some contractors will insist that you should pole sand the walls, which means that, for example, that extension pole that I use for the roller, there's an attachment. Well, there's a variety of different kind of shaped attachments, but fundamentally they hold sandpaper, usually like 120 grit or something, and you kind of put pressure on the wall and you go, and go all the way down the wall. I stopped doing that because I stopped seeing a use for that, because I'm going across the whole wall and I'm scraping all the high spots, ridges, things that I see anyway. And I find this to be more effective anyway. They say, oh, well, you need to do that for adhesion. For one, that's only for very high gloss. I mean, if you're talking about like a maybe for a satin, but I would say certainly for a semi-gloss paint, but usually you almost never see that unless you're looking at like an old bathroom or something. The paints that are going on walls nowadays are a little bit lower sheen, like a matte. Eggshell, is still kind of popular, but I don't see a use for it. When a contractor tells you you need to pole sand, I wouldn't buy into it, but I definitely would scuff, for example, trim, which is oftentimes semi-gloss. So, pretty quickly, we went around the whole room, and we're pretty much ready to spackle or to sand. Medium grit sanding sponge. Fine grit will be much harder to use and take longer. So I'm just going to go look at all that I see. All right. And really it's just like, that's it, typically. So I'm still going to use the light. I'm still going to be systematic. You can start like down here, for example. Boom. If you're starting to sand spackle that is not dry yet, occupy with some other step, come back in like 5 minutes or so, you should be good. So I'm starting in the right section. All right. Moving over here. Obviously you're creating dust, right? We're going to account for that before we start cutting in the walls. Always want to have a clean place to work. This is probably the most labor intensive stuff, the most strenuous is doing this kind of thing. Otherwise, painting is not so much strenuous, I would say. It's not like bricklaying or roofing. The most heaviest thing you're going to carry is probably a 5-gallon bucket or something. Maybe a sprayer if you ever get to that point. So yeah, I mean that right there, you just saw me sand pretty much a whole wall. This is still drying. So, you know what, I'm just going to actually put a piece of blue tape there. Boom. And then I'm just going to keep going around, sand everything else that I see because I think everything else is dry. And then, yeah, and then I'll clean the baseboards and around it, and then we're going to start cutting in the walls. All right, so now we're going to start doing the first cut on the walls. I have my setup here. I have a mini roller. I have this. This is a 2.5-inch Purdy XL Glide. It's a very standard brush. Angle sash. So again, be systematic. We're starting in the same place. And the way that I like to cut is to start in the bottom right, come up, go across, hit the top of the door casings as I'm going, continue on, and then come back alongside the bottom after going down the side on the other wall. So you go up, across, down, and come back, and do the rest of the door casings as you do that. You're going to keep a wet edge as you do this, and you're going to roll the wall immediately after. So I already have my 9-inch roller set up with my extension pole over here. It's all ready to go. It's all delinted. If it's a new roller, I dampened it with water, and it's ready to go. So glob, push, push. Get it centralized inside the brush. I hate that. Another thing too, remember, gloves, big deal. So I'm going right here, I start away, and then I kind of inch it towards, kind of rock it in there. If you get a little paint across the corner a little bit, don't worry about it. So I'm going to come here. Okay, I'm not in the way. And I'll just kind of, it's kind of hard to explain. Kind of going like that, you're not pushing it, you're cradling the paint with the bristles and then pulling away to make the cut. And that very edge right here in these tight spots, right? And then I will kind of, and this is a time where you would use fine motor work, right? Very tight spaces, you know, where you're moving with your fingers or wrist, right? You're going like that. And then I'm not concerned, honestly, about hitting this because nobody's going to see the wall paint going in here. So go back the other way just to make sure. You can always double check your work. It looks like there's a little drip right here. Anyway, so continue on. Just like that, right? No big deal with this. Now, and when it's even a narrower spot, sometimes in corners where it's hard for me to even get my bristles in between pieces of door trim, right? let's say there's trim right here, and I just barely get it in here, right? And what I do is I extend the bristles, right? And then I go like that in order to get the paint in between those door casings and those narrow spots. I just kind of shimmy it, wiggle it, whatever you want to call it. Just like that. All right, now I start to cut. The best thing to have is the rolling scaffolding so that I can put the tray here, dip, glob, push, push, paint it, and then take this roller, mini roller, and back roll my cuts. I back roll partially to get areas where, you know, I wouldn't need to roll right here. For example, if I already hit with a mini roller, you know, as opposed to using the 9-inch roller. But it's also, fundamentally, this is to back roll my cuts, which means that I want to reduce my brush marks as much as possible to make a better finish. That's especially relevant with higher sheen paints like eggshell and especially satin, and also especially for bathrooms when you're inside a room that's enclosed and you have a lot of close-ups of, you know, around the vanity, the mirror, the door casings. Everything is like closer, and you're going to see those brush marks being telegraphed through if you don't back roll them. So I have my brush here. Now sometimes people will create a reservoir like this. Actually, I need more paint. I'll create a reservoir like that, and they'll work back into it. So I'm putting my bristles here, and I'm not doing any crazy work with my wrist, right? This is a viable way to do it, but I think there's a better way to, and then you back roll the cut, right? I would back roll after I do below here. I'm not super concerned about getting wall paint on top of the trim. It's good practice to do so, especially when, you know, for example, if you come and you don't have that habit and you're doing a place with high ceilings and let's say there's stairs and you can see the tops of the casings, you definitely want to make sure that you don't hit them. But, you know, you have a bit of a margin of error here, but, you know, you don't want to be messy. But let's say, like right here, I would come here, back roll the cuts, maybe 1/2 inch or something like that. Makes it look better a little bit. Some situations it might not be relevant, but it's a good common standard practice. But and I don't have a lot of paint in here. I'll show you a cut where I show you how much paint there is. It's not like I have a full tray full, right? I don't want to have that much. It becomes unwieldy, and there's already a high chance I'm going to spill this when I'm holding it like this. I don't like using cut buckets because it gets in the way of me wanting to use the brush and gather the paint in a certain way. I want to use a simpler technique. I don't want to do the dip, slap, slap method like that. So I can work back in like this. I can do this. I can work back into it. But you want to end your strokes with the brush by working back into the paint. So glob, push, push. So for example, I'm going to go like this. Now, instead of doing that reservoir method that you've probably seen before, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start a little bit away here and just get the bristles in the proper position. So I'm kind of starting, and I'm kind of, based on how I feel the paint in the brush, I'm going to position it where it's ready for me to just go. And I'm following through with my body. It's not the best cut line right there because I'm in an awkward position, but now I could do that multiple times if I load my brush up correctly. I'm using plenty of paint. So let's see how far I can go with this. Now I'm also, keep in mind, we just put flat paint on this corner, and that's going to create more drag as you're going across. So as you're learning to paint and you're painting different areas, let's say you do walls only and it's like satin walls, you're going to remark to yourself, wow, this feels it's gliding a lot faster and I can go farther with the paint. That's because you're not painting on a flat paint right here, right? You're painting on a glossier paint, you can carry it farther. All right, so let's say I'm coming here, I have quite a bit of paint in here. How much am I moving my wrist? I'm not really utilizing my wrist. Not the best cut line, but this has also been a while since I used this kind of brush. Sometimes it takes a second to get used to a new kind of brush. Sometimes the bristle's a little bit more stiff. I'm using a medium stiff brush. Guys will usually use a like a stiff brush because it's easier to cut in. All right, so let's keep going. This is very awkward how I'm standing on this little dinky two-step ladder to do this, right? The rolling scaffolding is just way better. I recommend using that instead. Your first cut's not going to be perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect. I was fussing a little bit there. Don't need to. Go ahead, hit that. It's fine. You're gonna do this wall next anyway. I'm gonna come down. Gonna make sure and just focus on the result you're trying to create, right? You see that I need to come back this way to make that smooth. Focus on the big picture, right? Don't get too myopic about develop your room sense, simple movements, develop feel with the paint inside the brush. If you feel like you want to keep simple steps, right? You don't want to have so much going on and fussing and doing things over and over again, these little micro movements. You just want to have a simple process. And while I'm coming here, I'm definitely going to hit this. Good paint covers far, by the way. Bare paint, in my experience, it's not as easy to work with. It seems like it's made for people who don't know how to roll a full coat of paint on. You just want to stretch that as much as you possibly can. Although they've come a very long way, bare. Okay, so over here. Over time, you just get a sense of like, I know how my brush is, I know how the paint in the brush is supposed to feel before I start cutting in, right? It's a feel thing. You have to become sensitive to it. So I'll come here and so it's interesting. It's been a long time since I've used a Purdy brush. And I am recognizing that that way that I work with this brush compared to, for example, a Proform contractor brush, the angle's a little bit different because the taper on the bristles is a little bit different and the stiffness is a little bit different, and the way the brush fans out when you extend the bristles is a little bit different as well. So I find myself with this Purdy brush, I'm opening my angle a little bit. Otherwise, it tends to want to plow the paint and crash it because I'd rather just be able to kind of go like this, you know, and it's kind of hard to do that unless you have everything kind of right. So I really like cutting in with the sides of my bristles as much as possible because then it allows me to kind of shimmy the paint. So I use a wiggle. So for example, let's say I'm cutting this edge right here and I start like this. I like to, you know, come like right here and have a consistent cut line instead of kind of going like this so much. I like to kind of start like this. I go down and then I start to run out of paint on the edge. And so what I do is I come down and then let's say I make another stop right here. Let's say I'm going this way and I'm working back into the paint. And then, let's see, I'll show you. So let's say I start right here and I cut and then I come here and I'm making another cut, but I ran out of paint because I already made this cut on the edge. So I need to maneuver the paint. So I'll just make a little wiggle. It'll actually push some more paint to the other side towards the edge that I'm cutting in, and I can go down. Do it again, like that. Feather it out, back roll it. That's how you do it. And since I brushed in the middle of the wall, I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that the brush marks are not going to telegraph through the paint, so I'm going to back roll that like that. On the first coat, feel free to roll with a mini roller if it's a small wall. Now, it's good practice every time you roll to lay down the paint, lay off the paint, or I think people call it either way. Ending with a top to down stroke to make sure that you have a uniform finish. And a top down stroke all the way down. That's what I mean. Don't show this. Talking looks like shit. Actually, I can't even use that anyway because it's for a shot. All right, now I'm gonna teach you how to roll. Once the roller is saturated, takes 2 or 3 dips, and you just get just roll it across homogeneously on the tray, and then get it fully saturated. So with this, for both coats, I suggest just go 2 roller widths roughly. So like that, right? Just cover this amount right here. And when I start, I want to start around the middle. I'd never want to start at the edge because I'm going to have a ton of paint that's like near the edge that I can't work away unless I like take a mini roller, and it's more work. It doesn't make any sense to do that. So I'm going to show you a couple methods to do this. So one is that you can go like this, like that, and overlap 15% or whatever, right? And then again, as a practice, for the top coat, just lay off the paint, go from top to bottom like that. 2 roller widths is what you're looking for. You can go like that. You have an excess amount of paint, you can go like that if you want, right? just work systematically, you know. And I am like, I mean, I'm doing that without pushing, right? My body positioning, I mean, this is just preventing it from falling. That's the purpose of this hand right here, this one in the front. So again, lay off the paint. I don't know, it takes maybe like 2-3 minutes to roll a wall. Like one of these sizes. So I have limited space. Oh, you saw that drip. That's why you should always turn it 180 degrees. Multitasking. Oh, dripping again. All right, so rotating it. It's kind of heavy on one end. I didn't roll it enough. Another thing you can do is go like that. I'm actually extending this pretty farther than I should, really. Oops. And I'm just picking up that paint that I laid down as I go, right? And then just make sure you work it in too. Maybe you need to go a couple times. Oops. Lay down the paint. You definitely want to make sure you go over each area that you roll a couple times just so that you spread the paint and it covers well. It's not going to cover 100% on the first coat. So that's why we always do 2 coats. Anyway. All right. See how I rotated that? Now I'm just going to show you the simple way. I have a heavy amount of paint. When you first use the roller, you're going to have more paint where you first lay it down, right? And less on subsequent passes. And when there's a heaviness in one area, roll it multiple times so you spread it around and make a homogeneous coat. You don't want a heavy sag. You want a heavy mark. It's going to show through. It needs to look even. And I'm not going fast, really. I'm just trying to show you it. And this wall is getting a lot of sunlight. And, you know, you're going to see some imperfections because I didn't do a full suite of prep on here because I'm just trying to show you this is not actual job. This is something that was reserved for me so I can just shoot, have plenty of time to shoot. I mean, I'm shooting this over 3 days, this particular section of the course, but nevertheless. So again, you can go like this. You know, you have it'll be a little heavier here. Just make sure you account for that. Or you can also do, trying to show you, I like to arc it actually. It's a nice simple way. So I start like right here and kind of like that. I'm just carrying it across, you know. Look at, I mean, really, I mean, if I were to, it's kind of hard to see. So I'm going to go. And one of the biggest things is that you have to put equal pressure. You have to keep the pressure even on either side of the roller. Overlap every time you lay it down. Don't go 1-to-1. You want to overlap at least 25%. I have enough paint in here. I'm just going to eke it out. And again, when you feel like you're tensing with your wrist or you're trying to correct with these muscles, you need to reset yourself and simplify. Have it come with a simple mindset, right? It's where my feet are, right? Like if I'm rolling like this, it's like I'm going like this. You know, I'm kind of rocking with it and just kind of allowing the roller to do the work for me. Like this is not strenuous work. It doesn't, I mean, it may seem like it because you're moving around, it's active, but in reality, you're trying to let the tools do the work for you and just allow your body to kind of be in the right place at the right time. You're systematically working, always overlapping what you're doing. So yeah. And after I roll, I'm going to inspect the wall and see if there's anything that's amiss. So there's a variety of things that can go wrong when you're rolling. The first is that you have heavy amounts of paint that are sagging in certain areas. That's just because you didn't work it around enough. So just make sure you do that. And another thing is skips. Skips happen when you don't overlap and you're not systematic with how you roll, right? You want to roll in sections in the same way every time. So just make sure that you overlap and you work back into it. And if that's a habit that you have where you're sagging, just make sure you check every time, right? And then it becomes second nature. Another thing is ropes. Ropes are thick buildup of paint that goes in a linear fashion, and that's from when you're putting too much pressure on the roller and the excess paint on that edge just starts to build up and create a thick line that will telegraph through on the finish. So simply in order to alleviate that, it's either you have to put balanced pressure, very light pressure on the roller, by the way, and make sure it's very balanced, right? You're working with it in a balanced way. You're not leaning on one side versus the other. It's very easy to do that with a 9-inch roller. It's what people tend to do is put more pressure on this side. This one is supported, but this one doesn't have as much support. The Wooster roller cages, they tend to be a little bit stronger in balance. Other kinds of rollers will have a little bit more give, and so you might encounter more problems with that. But the idea is keep balanced pressure, make sure you're aligned with your body and balanced in the proper position, and just kind of letting it do the work, right? Over time, you'll get a sense of how to maintain the balanced pressure on the roller. And that's especially the case when you're working with, like, for example, an 18-inch roller, where it becomes a little bit more unwieldy. So, you know, that's something that you'll encounter later on, or a 18-inch rollers. They can be very useful for large areas, but I'm just showing you the 9-inch because it's a little bit more expedient and practical for small areas like this. Now, another thing is boogers. You know, just things that get into the paint. Oftentimes it's like dried paint that's from the roller tray itself, right? If it's sitting out, especially if it's getting sun, it's going to dry really quickly and it's going to start to peel up when you, let's say, for example, when you leave it, and especially when you leave it uncovered, and you come back and use the roller, it's going to start to take up that dried paint. And it's gonna have little bits of stuff in there. Oftentimes what happens too is when you have dust on the ground, you're in a messy area and you're moving around, it's gonna kick some debris in there, and it's also going to create boogers in the paint. So you wanna have a clean work area. Now, in order to prevent boogers from happening, let's say, well, I just told you how to prevent it. It's just be clean and make sure that you keep a wet roller area. You cover your tray, and then you will eventually, inevitably, no matter what, have to replace the plastic. Or at least, let's say, for example, if you're using one of those big roller trays that have roller ribs on either side, you can just use one for a couple hours or something like that, and then switch to the other side where you haven't used it, right? So just take into account that. Now, let's say, for example, you do get boogers in your paint, right? And you need to use that paint. What you do is you take the paint out of there, you empty it from the tray, and then you take off the plastic, and then wherever you put that paint, you may have put it in the original can, it'll be fine for a moment, because what you're going to do is you're going to strain the paint. So you're going to put new plastic in there. You're going to strain the paint that you just emptied out of it, and it should be good and free of boogers. And now you have a fresh plastic in which you can use for the next little while. Another thing to look for is hairs. So hairs come from the roller, and if you have a low quality roller that sheds a lot, that's going to be a problem even if you do delint it. So I recommend again, the error-worthy 9/16 inch, or even I know some people who use the longer inch, with the bigger pile, as it's called, the longer fibers, and they do just fine with interior work. Either one's going to work, either size, but those are the best rollers. Those are my favorite rollers, and they're very shed resistant. The Purdy Colossus, for example, I used that for a while. That sheds a lot more. I wouldn't recommend that. It also mats up more, and it's just not as nice to work with compared to the Airworthy. But yeah, so basically the solution is that use high quality roller and make sure you delint it before you start to use it. Another thing that can happen is that sometimes you'll see on the wall that there's like watery runs that go down. It's like little streaks, right? And oftentimes you may be using a roller that you use for another paint and you just cleaned it out, and you rinsed it with water, and that kind of thing happens. That happens when you have still a buildup of water inside the roller, and when you roll it in and you roll your paint on, it just tends to run that water, right? So basically you need to really get the water out of it. In that case, I do recommend that you have multiple rollers on site, so you don't need to clean and switch between different kinds of paint for the same roller. It does interrupt the work significantly, and you may end up actually, like for example, I might re-roll this ceiling because I don't like the way that it blended in a couple different areas. Now, if I had just one roller cover to use, then I have to, after doing this, I have to clean it for doing the walls, and I have to clean it for doing the ceiling again. So I like to have multiple rollers, multiple roller frames, so that I can just store them and just use them whenever needed if I end up needing to, with little notice, to my surprise. So, but in any case, you may sometimes let's say you just have one roller cover for whatever reason. Make sure you really get the water thoroughly out of there. And then a really good tool to use is something called a roller spinner. It's a thing where you kind of go like this. It has a little handle on it, and you put the roller cover into this thing. It's like this, and that goes inside the roller cover, and it spins it really, really fast. And you put that roller cover inside like an empty 5-gallon bucket, and you just whisk it really fast, and it gets all that excess water out. It's not going to be 100% dry, but it's going to be definitely good enough for you to be able to use it again without having those watery streaks coming down. So another thing that happens is, let's say I did some spackling, that I did multiple coats of spackle, or I did some mudding on the wall. And what happens after I primed it, if I actually need to prime for like mud, for example, and then I put my paint on top of it, all of a sudden it's like bubbling up, it's even blistering. That happens when there's trapped moisture inside the patching or mud. And so basically you just have to wait longer before you take care of that, or you use the heat gun and just be very careful about not bubbling up the fresh paint, right? If you're doing it over fresh paint, you gotta be really careful, put a very low heat setting and just kind of go over it, and you're gonna have to spend a significant amount of time, and it may or may not work still. Maybe you have to wait some hours or even another day before you can paint it. So now I'm doing the second coat. And the second coat takes generally about 20 to 30% faster. The purpose of the second coat is to clean up the line, the cut line, if I'm not getting all the way to the corner, then I make sure I hit that in some areas. And then just for coverage, right, to make sure that the paint comes out and has the proper sheen it's supposed to. That's the purpose of the second coat on top of the coverage, right? It may cover very well in the first coat, but it's not going to have a uniform sheen. It's not going to have the sheen that it's supposed to have once you do 2 coats. It's something called enamel holdout. But here I am coming and just cleaning up my line a little bit. It's hard to make it perfect on the first cut. You could also try to like make it perfect and then just come down 1/8 of an inch, for example. Right, so that's how I first learned from a company, is where they would make the line how they wanted to the first cut, and then the second cut is literally just, they have the margin of error about 1/8 of an inch to just be right below it to make sure that it all looks perfectly covered, right? Because you'll see when you're brushing it in, you can see that there's a lack of coverage, like right here, for example. But yeah, this is going to go a little bit faster, or even significantly faster. And when you do the first cut anyway, you can see much better where you didn't hit. That new fresh paint really helps. Even if it's like even very similar color to the ceiling, you can just see where you didn't cover. And you want to do that rather than riding on the ceiling too much. I would say it's an easier way to operate, right? Because then you have to like come back and do touch up for that area. A little bit. Come back roll again, right? Boom, baby. That's a saying that I got from South Park like 15 years ago. Boom, baby. Alright. So I'm kind of extending far right here. I mean, it's a little bit excessive, you know. You just work within what's comfortable for your body ergonomically. So, again, I am going down the same wall. Oh, let me get the stop corner a little bit. Getting ahead of myself here. Doing a little bit of cleanup, and I'll do a little bit of touch up here. I mean, I just started doing this. I was using a new brush. My cut line wasn't perfect, but it's not a big deal because I can fix it. That's the thing with painting. That's what makes it one of the best trades to get into if you're starting out in the trades, is because the consequence is, okay, re-roll the wall, or just make it look nicer. Just take the few steps you need to fix this repair that you need to do, and then re-roll the wall. It's not structural, right? There's less liability there. And the barrier to entry is lower too. In terms of cost, generally speaking, you can get by with a couple thousand in equipment or something like that. So I'm hitting this edge, but you know something? I'm going to make sure I keep a wet edge there, because I'm going to touch up right there. Actually hit the side there with the wall paint. But yeah, I'm going to work quickly, roll this very quickly, and then start cutting in here and going on this wall. So just so you know, the first coat of paint, you're going to still see the places where you did repairs. There, you can see that the sheen is not blended in right here. You can see some chalkiness, and the sheen is different here. You can see exactly where you spackled. Here, right? That's why we put 2 coats of paint on, is to cover that and blend it in and make a uniform sheen. It's not just about color, it's about sheen. Cleaning up my cut line a little bit. Goes faster. Like that. I'm going to continue this down. Yeah. Bada bing. Keep going down. Again, if you're not trying to correct your cut line as you're going down, then you're just trying to get it within the 1/8 of an inch of the corner, the edge. Another thing to note that there actually might be moisture issues wherever on a wall. It's sometimes you have to test if it is below 15% moisture level. Otherwise, you can't primer paint on it. One thing that was strange is that I cut this in, and over here I feathered this out with a mini roller, but it was actually coming down here, and nowhere else along the top of the wall that was happening. And there was also areas where this is actually a nail pop that I did not repair because I want to try to get this video done. But so I skipped, there's some things that I skipped. So this right here, I was actually able to wipe away, and you can actually see that it's not even, the rest of this is pretty much dry, but this isn't, right? So it looks like maybe that's moist in here too, where there's also another nail pop. So there might be a moisture issue. Maybe there's some water that's getting through. Something structurally may be occurring on that particular wall. So just take note of stuff like that. There's an example of this in the overview video, but you see this is called fish eyeing, and this is usually when there's some sort of residue on the surface that does not allow for the paint to just kind of sit there and lay down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to use soap and water and then rinse with water afterwards to see if I can get that residue up. If not, I might need to use something a little harsher. Denatured alcohol is not necessarily harsher. I might use that on here. If not, then I might need to use like acetone or mineral spirits. Mineral spirits is not harsh, but it's just a different kind of chemical that I'm mentioning. All right, so I completed the walls, and they're drying right now, and I'm going to wait to do the baseboards because I need to wait for that cut line to dry before I come back with the brush and cut the baseboards back in. I don't want to be working into wet wall paint. It's going to mix together. So in the meantime, I'm going to be working on the doors. So the first thing about the doors is to scuff them up, right? Because it usually has a glossier enamel to them. So that means you want to make sure you just scuff it. You can use a medium grit sanding sponge like you did with the spackle. Get into the crevices. And then after we do that, we're going to come back with a duster brush, just any sort of old brush that we're not going to use for paint, and clean up all the dust out of the corners and crevices and things like that. Kind of filing down some weird paint edges right here. You can also use a wet rag or a damp rag, or just take that up. Microfiber is good. So, and I'm going to do it for all of them at once, just so that I don't have stuff kicking around while the paint on the other door is drying and it gets into it. So I'm just going to do all of them. And also too, I'm going to be hitting these outside. When you've opened this up, I'm going to be hitting these sides too. I am not going to be hitting these sides. I'm only going to be doing this side. That's how I usually do it for closets. Usually you don't see the insides of it. It doesn't matter. Now if you're doing a door for a room, let's say that entrance door, I'm only going to be doing this side and the one that becomes apparent when you open it up. On the other side, when you open it up this way, you're going to be doing, if you're going to be doing the hallway side of the door, you're going to be doing the one that reveals itself on the hinges when you open up the door. If that makes sense. There's a couple different ways to paint doors, but the most important things about painting doors are that you keep a wet edge, right? So if you start in the middle here, you need to make sure that you're regularly hitting the edges here, 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 all the way around until you complete the door. You don't want to wait 3 minutes before you go back and hit it, because you're going to create kind of a tacky, you're going to work into tacky paint, and it's going to have like a lap mark that's, it's flashing. It's going to show through, so you can't have that. The other thing that's very important, very underestimated about painting doors, is how the paint likes to pool in the corners. So you need to be super, super diligent about monitoring each section that you work, and especially the corners, because you think you can just take a brush and just brush this and feather it out. All of a sudden you have drips that are going down like this, and you have to redo the whole door. Not even just repainting it, you have to take several steps to basically file it down and spackle it maybe once or twice, whatever, and smooth it out, and then put 2 coats of paint on top of that to actually fix that. You do not want that to happen. So if anything, you're going to err on the slightly thinner side of the coat, right? If when in doubt, just feather it out a little bit more. Just make sure that you don't have that happening in the corners. That's the worst and most time-consuming thing that you have to go back and redo, and it happens all the time. It can happen all the time. There's always a risk of it. Scuffing it will help make sure that the paint doesn't run on a really glossy paint too. Just keep that in mind. So there's a couple different strategies that I know of that painters use. I usually just go with a brush and just brush everything. So what I'll do is I'll start with a section, right? I'll work from the inside, I'll work from the panel first, right? I'll brush wherever and then feather it out here, get this all covered, and then what'll happen is I'll have some paint that gets onto the face of it too. So the next thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to feather that out. I'm going to make sure that I paint this, feather it out, so like there's not going to be like a heavy ridge here of paint that starts to harden up, and I work back into it, it just starts to get all chunky and tacky and stuff, and you can see through it in the finish. So I'm going to feather that out, and then I'm going to do, let's say for example, the next panel. I would probably start up here, right? I would start on this panel, get this done, and then go to the next panel, do the same thing, but then come back to the first section that I did and make sure that I feather it out and just work into those corners and making sure that's all feathered out, and I'm not going to have any runs in those corners right here. Happens. Even on the insides right here, right? People always underestimate that doors are actually kind of tricky to paint in order to not have those runs, and also to make sure that you're not having flashing, you're not working back into tacky paint, you're always using you're always keeping a wet edge. So you want to work pretty briskly, and always go back to the last section that you worked, and just make sure you feather out and brush it. Now, another strategy that I know of is that guys will just roll the entire thing, and they'll just smash their roller into all these little detail crevices right here inside the panel. You can do that, but you just got to be diligent. And then they come back with the brush and feather it out. Make sure all the excess they'll take with the brush. They'll kind of scoop it up, empty it, make sure that's all smoothed out. By the way, don't use a stiff cut brush for brushing these, because it's going to leave heavy brush marks. This is an XL. You can get away with an XL. Maybe more appropriate is the Purdy Nylox, which is a soft bristle brush. I would say though, for example, with the Proform contractor brush that I use, I can get away with cutting in walls, and also painting trim and doors with it. Now, if I'm painting a flat door, now I'm talking about 6-panel doors when I mention that like you can brush it in. If I'm talking about a flat door, right, that already is very smooth, I'll use either a velour or mohair roller that is very fine. You can use a foam roller, but it's like you have to kind of apply the paint on it already and kind of feather it out with the foam roller. I don't like using foam rollers. You can't use a lot of paint with it, but it can work. But I usually just go with a velour or mohair roller and use a good trim paint. So I use a trim enamel, the same trim paint that I'm using for the trim I use for the door. So I'm using Scuff-X. Scuff-X covers very well. It has very good leveling. Other products that are really good are Emerald Urethane by Sherwin-Williams. These are all really good leveling paints. And Advance by Benjamin Moore is arguably the best self-leveling paint, although I don't use Advance because it has a 16-hour recoat time, which means that I can't paint the room the same day because I do 2 coats on all the trim, right? So it's efficient for me, and also Scuff-X is more durable, I think, than any of those paints. I mean, I think that's kind of what they advertise. It's Scuff-X. Very scuff resistant, very, very hardy. Things just kind of slide off of it. So I recommend Scuff-X over those other products for those reasons. And I use the same thing for the doors. Also, another thing too, make sure that the residue from the hinges. Obviously, you see like black stuff. Make sure you wipe that off with a wet rag before you paint. So I'm going to show you just brushing this first, and then I'm going to show you the nether strategy of rolling it and then back brushing it. All right, see that I'm starting here, and I'm being very diligent about going back and forth and working multiple times inside these crevices here. And I'll be a little bit messy because I'm trying to go quick. And that, get underneath like that, right? Hit all the angles. It's very easy to have paint pooling over on this top edge inside this panel as well. I'm going to turn the fan off. I had one fan on, but 2 fans is better for everything to circulate. But anyway, so got that. So let's say I'm going to go here. As long as I work quickly and I work back into that within a minute or 2, I should be fine. Just make sure you get those corners really well. Work systematically. Have a system for everything so you can just kind of be a machine, not have to think about it, makes your life easy. And I'm sure that there's probably some drips happening up there already. Hit that bottom edge. You want good coverage even on the first coat. We're going to do 2 coats. So I'm going to come back. Boom. I'm gonna kind of almost like cutting it in. I don't have a lot of paint on this edge because it'll start to run down this far edge right here. So I want to make sure that I offload a lot of the paint and then work up to it like that, right? And just be very careful. All right, now I'm coming back and making sure this does not drip. Err on the paranoid side, honestly, because it really is annoying when you have to accommodate for that. When it drips, when it runs. Remember, every time you brush some paint down and leave a new edge, it's another edge that you have to account for as you're going down the surface. Work back into the paint that you just worked on. Now for these doors, this is actually kind of coming apart, so it looks like there's a second piece that is coming loose from the main kind of doorknob bracket that's here. So the tape that I initially wrapped around on the doorknob is not holding, so I'm going to manually cut and be very careful about not hitting that metal. And I'm always cognizant where my wet edges are and keeping track of that. I'm always also looking back here, looking back in the original area right here. Does it look good? Actually, right here, I just need some more coverage. This, right? I have limited working time, so I got to go fast with these doors. And go with the contour of the grain, so to speak, of these 6-panel doors. Now I'm doing the last panel right here. Can you see? Right here? See if I can get a better angle for you. So it's technically a 3-panel door. I guess you can, these are bifolds, so top edge, very easy to have drips. I'm I'm also checking back here. And this could actually almost be a run, but I am going to mitigate that. Checking. This looks pretty good. But I mean, I'm at the tail end of my workability with that amount of paint there, where I started over there. Right? It's a matter of minutes. Not 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes. I would say 2.5 minutes, maybe 90 seconds sometimes. It just depends also on the surface that you're painting on. Always cognizant on these edges not to just go in and go like that, because then it'll start to pool on those corners and start to run. It happens all the time. I see it, the existing painter, and I've done it recently, right? See how I'm kind of going like that, working it multiple times. I just want coverage. All right. Even checking again. All right, that looks fine. Yep, looks good. Going like that. Making sure, and just kind of assume that you need to have some excess to take out into these bottom corners. On this top lip right here, you see, actually that is starting to pool, right? I'm just glad I double check. I'm taking that off. I'll offload a little bit so it can pick up more paint. And that should be good. Now I'm going to do the other side. As long as this is scuff sanded, just be careful not to mess up this side. So there's a couple ways to do this. You can just stick with the brush, and you can just go, I would start at the bottom corner, but I'm just going to show you right here. I wiped this off and scuff sanded it. So what I'm going to do is kind of set it and pull it. But I'm not pulling it around the corner. I'm kind of letting the bristles kind of, what would you say? Kind of lift off, you know? See, it's kind of like a little bit of a circular motion. And then back brush what you did. So you're going to go over it multiple times to ensure coverage, but also to make sure that you're not leaving heavy spots where it'll sag. And I'll actually get around this corner a little bit. Maybe I'll go like, if I were to go like this, I'll probably leave a little run of paint. Yeah. I'm going to paint this first before I move on. So now I'm going to try using the mini roller on this edge. So I want to get this inside lip right here. And the goal here is to use this in a way that it's not going to bleed over on the other side. Because, for example, if I paint this side first and then say, oh, I forgot to actually do the side, and I try to do that, and it actually ends up going over paint. Let's say you just painted a few minutes ago, 4 or 5 minutes ago, whatever, and it goes over, you can actually see a tiny stipple along this corner when you close this door and look at the face of it. So I want to see if I'm able to roll this on this side without having any sort of paint that gets on the other side, and see what we come up with. I'm not getting the entire roller saturated. So I'm only using this bit right here, so something like that. I have it covered. So I have a lot on this side right here. I want to get it on this edge right here. I want to get it off so it's more workable. Something like that. So I'm going to come down, and what I'm doing is I'm angling it away, right? And I want to offload the paint first so I have some control. I'm going to get the inside of here first, actually. And probably the best thing to do is to do both of these at the same time, right? So that you can just, either brush or roll. I mean, it would make sense to just roll both of these sides at once, and you get more paint. This is also a porous surface, so it's going to take more paint. And it's also going to dry quicker. The moisture is going to go backwards as well as forwards into the air. All right. The thing is that I need to cut in where these hinges are with a brush anyway, so that's a thing to consider. So I'm kind of laying it off. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to cut this with the brush. It doesn't really matter if I get inside here anyway, but it's just good practice to be consistent and neat. Just like that. Just keep going. Like I said, I'm angling it. It's kind of a little bit away. Smashing it in there. So, I mean, I just painted this, and I'm kind of crashing my roller into this, which is painted a few minutes ago. I'm not worried about it because I'm going to do a second coat on this anyway. So, get some more paint in my roller. Did I do a good job? You would test it out by going like this. There is some paint that got on this other side. A tiny amount in just one area, it seems. But, if you just don't want to risk, making a mistake like that, then just use a brush, and the brush is very effective at making a nice contour around a corner, even a rounded corner. That's what I use, for example, if I'm painting, let's say, like a drop down, where let's say that there's this much wall, and it's like above a bathroom vanity, and underneath the bathroom vanity, or above it is a ceiling, so there's like this wall right here. I'll go, and I'll take a brush, and I'll just go along that lip and just go like this, right? And it makes a nice end point. You may not think it makes sense. Maybe you see like brush marks and undulations, stuff like that, but as long as you're like overlapping a little bit and you're thorough, it makes a nice edge. And one thing you do is, if you're confident with your ability to kind of lay down the paint and create a reservoir of paint, right? So you cut it down like that on that edge, right? It's not a thick edge. You cut it down, and then you do that, and you have this reservoir that you kind of are able to cut back into. So let me see if I can show you. All right, so coming down here. So I unloaded that. I'm gonna have to come back and actually, let me just hit this real quick inside here. Oop, gliding in, a little bit impatient. And sometimes I'll wiggle, if it's a real porous surface, I'll wiggle the brush and go the other direction too. I'm trying to get the inside here. Need more paint. And I'm keeping the bristles, not pushing the bristles and even making it touch the other side. I'm trying to lay it off a little bit, just as I was with the mini roller on this side, so that I'm not creating excess paint that runs inside the other side of the door. So All right. Seems kind of tedious when I'm kind of examining it for myself. But so now, and if you feel like you are not doing a good job getting it in, if it's like really porous or there's undulations in the surface, work angles, right? So you can go like this way, this way, this way. Same thing with textured walls when you're cutting in. Just get that a bit. You can just kind of dab it sometimes too. All right, so I'm gonna try the mini roller on this and see if it's faster, but I do need to cut this in with the brush unless I wanna take it off, and I don't wanna do that. So let's just cut it in with the brush. First, I'm gonna start with the panel. I'm gonna use the mini roller. And I'm just gonna get plenty of paint on it because the guys who I see doing this, they use a lot of paint. So if I were to just go like this, it's just gonna spool down. It's not gonna be neat. It's gonna make a mess. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna offload it on the flat areas first. See, it kind of spilled out. Maybe it's because of the moisture in the roller, I don't know. But now I'm gonna smash it. See that? Kind of work it like that. And it's a given that I'm gonna have runs in the corners. See that? And since this has a texture to it, this surface that we're painting on, a little bit more margin of error with the texture that you're leaving. So I'm using like a 3/8 microfiber roller on this. It doesn't matter because I'm going to be back brushing it, but theoretically, well, I mean, using a velour roller is appropriate either way. It's going to make sure that texture is more subdued, but I mean, you can get away with it if you don't care that much about the texture. But it will leave a little bit extra for texture if you use a 3/8 inch versus a velour mohair. Like that. And I'm just going to go ahead and cut in this side right here. See that? Give yourself the best opportunity. Cut it in. And again, just make sure the paint is centralized in the brush and you offload any excess so you're not like plowing the paint with the brush. That's the pith instruction of using a brush, is to carry it and not plow it. Don't snow plow it. So I'm at the point where I will want to go back and back brush. I'm back brushing the excess, just making sure that those darn corners are not getting a copious amount of runs. And this is top lip too, right? Just lay that down like that. I'm trying to take any extra off that there may be. Like that, and just going up like that. And I'll also just go like that. I'll just back brush it. Now, going down here. So I just kind of dabbed it. I'm just trying to get paint on, because it is tedious, you know, to try to get these details here, especially with the brush. Not in the way, okay. So, all right. So this is going pretty quickly. It does help if you offload the paint in an area that makes sense, so that you kind of have a consistent amount of paint that's not like super heavy when you lay it down from the mini roller. And see how I'm just being patient, right? Because I've done many doors, and I just know when I'm not going to hit something, right? You can't be just, you need to overlap is the thing. So I'm looking to make sure it's getting inside and getting to that edge where you can't see. Right, that. And again, we're doing 2 coats here. All right, now I'm just gonna go ahead and back brush everything. Taking any extra paint there may be in the corners, wherever. Working quickly. It looks like there's some residue on these doors because I see some fish eyeing. Now, if you have, if let's say I didn't coat this enough or there's a problem, there's sagging, consider this like a separate wall where you can, like the face of this panel, let's say there's some fish eyeing here or whatever, or there's sagging, or I just need to rework it for whatever reason. You can just consider it as like a wall unto itself and just redo that, right? Even if it's been sitting for a bit, right? And it's not gonna be so visible in terms of difference between this and the corners and stuff, because the corners kind of make a demarcation line. So I have this one coated. I'm going back and looking over everything again. I am at the point where I know that I can't touch this paint anymore. So I'm not going to fuss with it. So yeah. Okay. It's kind of hard to film because I'm filming horizontally and the doors are tall, but I want to get kind of up close. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just cut this and then roll everything and then back brush it all at once because I can quickly get all this rolled out. So I'm just going to apply a lot of paint, try to see if I can get it all, coated with paint, and then back brush it to remove all the excess from the corners and stuff so there's no sagging. So let's try that out. So I'm going to get a lot of paint, more than I did the first time I tried this roller technique. A lot of paint. So I'm offloading it, all the flat areas. So I'm going to start with the faces here because if I try to put the excess into the crevices, then it's probably going to be more annoying to deal with. I have plenty of paint still that I'm working with, but I think offloading it on the faces makes more sense. So this is quick work for sure. Working with all that excess. Obviously, a 3/8 inch nap is going to hold more paint than a microfiber or a mohair or velour, so you can actually apply it quicker. Like that, and just make sure you get those corners really well. Don't try to use the brush to try to like try to get coverage. You want to try to get the coverage with the roller, right? So I'm kind of getting thin with this paint here. I should have cut this first, but honestly, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I should have. Maybe I'm doing the right thing. I could actually just kind of crash into it here but underneath here I did not cover with tape. I'm wiggling it to kind of get the paint in the edge of my brush as I'm cutting. So I'm going to get more paint. I'm not sure how long it's been. A minute, 90 seconds, I don't know. But I'm trying to work quickly so I can work back into what I just laid down. I'm getting even more paint. All right, bada bing. Checking to make sure that I didn't hit that door and get paint on my shirt. I try not to have paint on my clothes if I can manage it. Getting those corners really well, thoroughly. If there's excess on the very edge of it, on the tip, you can kind of work it out like that. All right, so I'm sort of at the tail end of me being able to work with this paint with the brush on the top. So let's, sags right here. That's expected, right? So I'm gonna get the paint, excess paint off my brush, and I'm just kind of scooping it from those corners. So I got enough to where I want to take that off so I can keep scooping it up. Actually, this wasn't coated. I'll just go ahead and do that. All right. Back brushing and go all the way down if you can. Now there's some, it starts to go in this direction, right? But you don't have a lot of window here. And it seems to, I mean, it seems like I was doing okay with just the roller. All right, so doing the same thing that was before, and that, go down, that, and just run it here. Probably the best thing to do is just all the way to the bottom. I do see some sags from the previous paint job. So, you know, this is the kind of job where I'm not really accounting for that. It's not really part of the scope of work. So, otherwise, it would make sense to take care of that. You can scrape it off with a 501, and if need be, do a little bit, tiny bit of spackling in that area, kind of hide it. 2 coats of paint on spackle. So here I'm going to be taking plenty of paint in my brush. A lot. I'm just going to offload it here. Like that. And then make sure that the paint is not like pooling on the edge, otherwise you're going to have runs. It's going to start dripping off the brush. And then I'm just going to kind of shimmy it up like that. And I can get quite a ways like that. And I'm not concerned about the inside there. For one, it's not going to really get hit. And two, even if it does, you're not going to, it's not a surface that you see. All right, let me make sure you see this. Going the other direction, I mean, there's some undulations here. So I'm fundamentally going this direction, but if I need to, I'm kind of going like that. Again, so I just kind of dipped it in, got some of the drips out, a lot of paint. Just offloading all the way down. Now, come here, scooch it, wriggle. Not going right at it, I'm not going perpendicular to it. Less of an angle. Just be patient. It's a porous surface, right? It always takes longer to cut in a textured wall because you have to go the other way. And it's going to be easier to do the second coat because now you have a glossy enamel that's over this porous surface right here. And using a really good paint helps to make it look more level, which is why I recommend Scopex. Also Advance. The recoat time in Advance is too long for my needs. Emerald urethane will do well, but I like Scopex because it's more durable and has just pretty much the same level of leveling. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to cut in with this brush all the way to the edge and go all the way down with it, and then I'm going to come back with the mini roller. Lay down a lot of paint. Kind of work back into it, get to that edge. That. Now it's mini roller time. Get a lot of paint on it. Like that. apply it right here. Just kind of go all over. Going up here. All right, using plenty of paint. This is not the final result. Actually, there's a lot of paint on the tip of it. Working it around, like that. Make sure you hit everything. Just be very systematic with how you apply it, right? Work in sections. I had to cut this all the way down because I knew that I was going to have to cut it all the way down anyway, so I wanted to get ahead of it, and I knew that I was going to apply the paint quickly to keep that wet edge. So I got even more paint here. And just a lot of paint. Probably too much. Huh. So I'm really working the entire thing at once with this strategy, right? Making sure I get those corners. I'm not as concerned about how much paint I leave in the corners because I know I'm going to come back and back brush everything anyway and take excess off. Always look over your work too. All right, back brush time. Make sure that doesn't have much paint on it. Going back. You want to feel that you're taking some up and then offloading it from the brush. Yep, there was a run right there that I saw. Picked it up. And again, don't push the paint. Don't push it away from where it's supposed to be. Carry it. Again, you know, if you're talking about a smooth door, optimally the best finish would be a spray finish. But there's no real use spraying these doors because it's such a texture, and it's also a kid's bedroom too. Always end with long strokes, and that looks good. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna use the roller. I'm not even gonna dip my brush. How fast can you go with these doors? All right. Laying a lot down, working it around. I'm gonna have to cut this in with the brush, and I'm also gonna have to cut the doorknob with the brush. But what I'm gonna do instead is just leave excess around these areas and just work to it where I can. Maybe it makes sense to start at the panels, but I have so much paint that I'm just trying to leave some excess. Actually, I'm just going to do this. So I'm working in the middle panels, basically first. So I'm going to be covering these completely first. Let's go up here. Same thing. Get that corner. Just working as quickly as I can. Boom. All right, let's try this corner too. I'm picking up paint that I left on these faces, so seems to be an okay way to go. All right. So I'm actually picking up paint from these areas. Looks like there's a, yeah, whatever. Not gonna deal with that. I'm picking up paint from other areas and just kind of spreading it around. My brush is right here. I'm gonna take the excess from here, cut this in. I'm actually gonna take it from here. I should need more paint. I'm actually gonna put more paint down. All right. Put more paint down. Looks all right. Continue down here. Work these panels. Just kind of spreading the paint around. It's thick. And I'm just kind of. It's also nice to have a pretty good amount of paint, not be very light, because the less paint you have for these corners, the more you have to kind of work it in. All right. Let's see, I need more paint. So what I'll do, be faithful to my strategy, get some extra here. And let's say just put it, see what I'm doing? I'm putting it around here and taking it up with a brush. I tape this so I can actually just kind of crash into it, but I never like doing that because it does tend to bleed through even if it's frog tape. Like that. Even more paint. Why not? I'm gonna cut this in with the brush. I'm gonna take some pictures from over here. I'll just hit the bottom up like this. Sorry if the camera angle is not ideal. It's been hard. Been training filming all different sorts of training videos on this particular job, and it's been hectic. So I'm at kind of like the limit where I had to go back and take care of those previous panels, smooth everything out, make sure that there's no excess that's gonna sag. All right, first order of business. The excess, wipe all sides of the brush. And I kind of reckon that my bristles are going to go onto the face too, which means that I should feather that out as well. And it works to have excess paint because it takes longer for it to set and tack up, so you're not going to create any sort of flashing, the difference of sheen that I was talking about. All right. And you can get, if you have 6-panel doors with texture, you can get these done pretty quick. All right, so that's all good. Let me just kind of fill that in there. And then, I'm just gonna feather it in. Maybe I could even use more paint. It's starting to tack up a little bit, but I have another coat to go anyway, so it's a little bit light there. And you don't want to go like this when you're feathering it. laying it down. You want to be more parallel than anything. And go out in the same direction. Yeah. Alright. So I really just need to hit this side and I'll be done, but